Good evening.
Somebody might be in the call.
There we go.
There you go. Morning, I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Compliance Select Board, and this is a regular meeting in workshop fashion of the Select Board for December 10th, 2024. This is a special meeting not a special meeting, but a workshop meeting of the Select Board that will nonetheless certain regular business items of the Select Board, such as items about miscellaneous items. We will start talking about the 9:35. That will be followed by the main event, the presentation by Melissa in Heinemann on the forecast and CIP budget for the new year. And that will go from 9:45 to 12:15. And in the afternoon, after lunch, we have some other regular board business. Noise bylaw waiver hearing for the Field School beginning at 1. Establishment of a revenue and expenditure committee that will begin at 1:30. And finally, the Select Board will discuss revision to our human resources policy on discrimination and retaliation. So, with that, we have items A through N, which I'd like to do both. Yes. I don't Oh, okay. Okay.
No, okay. No, I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate your raising it.
I actually was wondering if we're going to have an announcement about the recent events. I mean, last 24 hours. It's just for public who haven't yet seen the recent town. Do you want to read it?
We're trying to make sure that we.
Well,
That's how.
this is probably published on the town's website, right?
It is, and I
There's a
sent it to the
statement
town
from-
meeting.
Okay, so I'll just say this much. For those who are listening to this meeting and who have been following the information that he's been getting out about a very unfortunate oil spill that impacted the Muddy River and impacted some of the wildlife of the Muddy River. It's very important to get as much information as you can. And in that regard, if you will go to the Brookline County website, you will see as much information as we have been able to gather and to digest and to make available to the public. How it's being responded to and what the public can do, but maybe despite best intentions, might be better advised, not to at this point to do. Really, it's a very unfortunate incident, but it is being responded to thoroughly and you can
Sure.
One person will be added.
There's a couple.
Let me pull up my script. I did not have public comment on the agenda, so I need to pull up the usual script here. And while I'm doing that, I just want to make note that we're using the Wi-Fi called library staff, and if you're in the room, it's on the sticky note, the password.
I have a question. Is everybody in the room able to access the agenda through the portal online? Because I'm on the library and I can't access.
I have copies of the presentations to learn about that.
When we go, okay.
Okay, I have the script. Go ahead and read for public comment. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. We encourage you, members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. We did not have any people sign up in advance. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak or anyone online? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. And it looks like there is one participant in the room, 11 online, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
I will say something controversial on that. Okay, so, items A through, and those items, the minutes, edit, the corrections to those minutes? No? Okay, so I move approval of items A through N. Say aye, John Van Sawyer.
Aye.
And
Aye.
Aye. And chair votes an aye. Okay, Melissa, you have Lincoln or something?
And just so folks can hear us, the owl always makes the audio a bit tricky. So if we can just speak up when we're talking so folks online can hear us more clearly.
So we have our financial forecast presentation, and then followed by that, we have another presentation on the preliminary CIP. Here with Lincoln Hyman, he's going to be helping me out with the forecast, but also want to thank Charlie for a lot of the input that he has put in. It's a lot of analysis that, you know, involves multiple parties and feedback from a lot of different places. So I want to thank him for that.
I have it for you unless you want to do it. Yeah.
So the pressures that we face in our budget continue to be, you know, associated with employee benefits and collective bargaining. We've been talking about the fact that ARPA is coming to the end, which then will put pressure on departmental budgets to continue some of the services that we've been using ARPA money for. We tried to, you know, limit that to one-time uses, but we do have a couple of areas of the budget that we are looking to try and roll into the general fund. Our current projections show a deficit of about $1.3 million on the town side and approximately $6 million on the school side. I will say that the schools are a few weeks behind in terms of their analysis and their projections for the upcoming year. So this is a preliminary estimate that we received from them for fiscal 26. So the cost pressures are kind of the same that we've been talking about over the years. The special education budgets are always a pressure point for the schools. Collective bargaining is always a pressure point for both town and schools. We're seeing the impact of inflation in a lot of departmental budgets. And then we're looking at the impact of some of the sanitation increases that we're considering in the budget as well. So this shows the assumptions that we have in the multi-year forecast. So we are currently on the revenue side of the house. We are assuming 2.5 million in new growth. You know, we've been talking about the fact that there is no major project in the pipeline to provide additional new growth. So this is really kind of, you know, a lot of what we've seen in the past year or so have been growth that we've seen from Hancock Village and from the Well Tower. I think it's called the Newberry now site. So, you know, now going forward, we're kind of looking to see what else could be coming out. But at this point, there's no major development that is in the forecast for new growth. Right now, my assumption for state aid is conservative. I'm assuming level funding for state aid. They had their consensus revenue hearing at the beginning of the month, and they are behind their benchmark in terms of their first quarter of fiscal 25, and they've been signaling very caution in terms of what we'll get from state aid.
Just a quick question on that. In historically, has it always at least been level funding? Have you ever seen them come in with less than the year prior?
So we haven't seen a reduction, but we did see some 9C cuts last year, which essentially focused on earmarks. So that's why we're kind of being conservative. They do have a 1.9 to 3%. Those were the ranges in the consensus revenue hearing that they were talking about. So we're hopeful that they're, you know, we'll find out next month what we actually will get up from the cherry sheet. But at this point, we're, without any kind of more concrete information, we don't, we're being conservative at this point.
And how does it come down to 3?
Yeah.
Compared to previous, that's the last year?
So I think we got around 3 last year for UGA, and then check,
What would it cost? Question, do you know?
at this one last year, I'd have to look at last year's presentation to see what they had.
Can you translate the percent into dollars?
So I would say that we probably would get, maybe 300,000 out of UGA, and maybe chapter 70 is really the wild card as to how many, per pupil spending and what we would get out of that. We usually we're a minimum aid community, so we're at the max for what the state will provide. So the only thing that we'll see is if they give us a per pupil number, and then we'll see if they make adjustments to the foundation budget. Sometimes they apply an inflation factor to the overall foundation budget that we would, see. But at this point, I think last year we started out at $50 per pupil. I think the MMA is pushing for 104 per pupil. But we'll see where we land with that.
Do we know the student budget number?
I haven't looked to see the October number. They usually provide an update to DESI in October, so we'll have a new number based on that.
You can't speak for the schools. Do you have a sense it's going up or down or staying the same?
I don't know what based on last year, no. So our local receipts, we are showing a 4.1% growth in fiscal 26, and then modest growth in the out years. We did see some strong returns on hotel motel. I think we've also heard EDAB say that might be kind of one time in nature, just, post-COVID effect of people wanting to come out and then visit. And so we're kind of keeping our eyes on those receipts as they come in as well. On the expenditure side, we're still assuming the override plan rolling into fiscal 26. We still do need to keep the salary savings that we are currently holding in the police budget in order to fund the contract. Unfortunately, we got a 12% estimate for a rate increase for group health, which is, part of the reason why we're really kind of struggling on the expenditure side. And in the out years of the plan, I'm assuming 10%, and then we're looking at a subscriber growth of about 15, it should say, on the town and school. Continuing our pension schedule as of January 1, 2024. We're assuming a 2% collective bargaining increase in fiscal 26, 1.5 in 27, and then looking to continue the OPEB plan and following our fiscal policies as well. The next slide just shows. Whatever you prefer.
So the salary savings continue to fund police contract?
Yes.
Can you translate that into positions? How many positions have we been holding? It's 6 at this point.
So the next slide just shows
Right.
that we are holding the salaries because we need that in order to hold on the contract.
It's not budgeted.
It's not budgeted. So the positions are open, but we can't fill them because we've taken that money to fund the contract for the people that are in slots.
So it's not like we're budgeting for free cash, we're just not putting money in for those positions.
So that's what we did last year, right? To do this and
We have, otherwise the deficit will grow if we weren't able to do that. The next slide just shows kind of the history of our override plans and the funding through fiscal 25. We are in year 2 of a 3-year override cycle currently. You can go ahead and skip to the next slide. This shows the override plan, so you can see that in fiscal 26, we're looking at an increase of 2.5 million, 1.5 of that directed to the schools, 600,000 going towards the CIP for roadway, and then 413 on the town side as well. So then you can go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is a blizzard of numbers that people normally can't read, but we'll be posting it on the website so that you can see these are the current revenue and expenditure projections for each of the different budget categories that translate to the overall $7.4 million deficit, 1.3 on the town side, and approximately 6 on the school side as well.
That's a quick question, Melissa.
Sure.
So just going back to the prior slide.
Yes.
And this is just my education. I'm not proposing anything. But when we do an override, we commit to the first 3 years. Correct, and we allocate those funds and we phase them in over a 3-year period. And I'm just asking, is there anything that prevents us from accelerating Has that ever been doing, is that in the cards or not?
Accelerating,
Out years coming in.
what do you mean?
So, well, so,
Oh, so we're in fiscal 25, like raising that money now instead of in
Yeah.
26?
and I just don't know if the ballot question even allows it. Well, the money's already been raised.
Tax rate, so there's no opportunity now to pull that money into 25.
Not advocating.
I do think it's useful to look at, we'll look at 25, 26, but look down the road, and there's a very consistent $5 billion or so deficit in each particular.
Mhm.
school.
Yeah.
And, similarly, the town, actually grows in the town. So, I think we need to be very conscious of what's going on, as you say, in the out years, because, this coming year.
Well, even if you look at the deficit between 29 and 30, you don't see it kind of jump. And part of the reason why is that we're seeing the benefit of the runoff from the pension system.
Oh, yeah.
And so we'll need to talk about, the plan for that funding. Obviously, we would recommend that a lot of that address the OPEB liability.
Yeah.
But it is, it's something that we're gonna have to really make some careful decisions about. So then I'm gonna turn it over to Lincoln.
Thank you, Melissa. Good morning. I'll go through the revenue picture and then go back to Melissa for the expenditure budget. So, as you know, as the board has seen previously in the public, the primary source of our revenue is property taxes, almost 3/4 of it. So that really sort of demonstrates, that this limited area that is available for growth if desired. The other primary areas in order are local receipts. We'll have a slide there that shows some of the increases that we're looking at there. State aid, the free cash figure, and we do have a reduction in other available funds. Again, we have a slide to sort of to represent what's happening there and with enterprises. The next slide, please. Thank you, Tiffany. So, as you can see, again, the primary driver in terms of increase as opposed to overall percentage in the previous slide in the pie chart is property taxes. That's, also said the new growth plus the third year of the override layering in, third and final year of the override. Again, increases in local receipts, we think targeted increases that make sense, that still represent, some conservative wise budgeting, level funded state aid, and reductions in other available funds. As you can see here, in the out years, the annual operating revenue increases of 2%, so moderating increases. Yeah, thank you. So, as we talked about, so just to look at fiscal 25, so the prior year levy limit of $282.9 million, the 2.5% increase, the new growth. Again, that new growth is slightly more than what was originally budgeted, but again, with respect to the conservative budgeting that we project, it's within the level there. Then you can see that negative number. So that $2,548,000. That's the excess levy. That's in fiscal year 25. The levy, to Paul's point, that is not being collected, but that will be collected in fiscal year 26.
That's year 3.
Okay, that's year 3. Okay.
Exactly. That's year 3 that we're not collecting now, and that will be collected in fiscal year 26.
So when we talk about new growth, we do have one project, the Waldo Durgan project on the horizon. And as a practical matter, if we see that in 29 or 30, that's about as soon as we're going to see it. But it's worth thinking about that in the further out. I also want to, with regard to Chestnut Hill, which is currently in discussion, we're talking about off the chart. It's way out there in 32, 31, 32, something like that.
Yeah, and we meet with the assessor and the economic development team, and as we're working through our new growth numbers, we're consulting with them.
I think it's important because people see Waldo Durgan's great big empty lot now.
Yeah.
And they're saying, well, okay, where's the new growth coming from? Must be coming from there, but it's going to take a long time before that's that's accessible.
Well, I think it's, to your point, it's a few years out and as Melissa said, we're regularly, we're regularly consulting with them. So, to the extent, that project, is there and we have a clearer picture in the future as to where it will be, we'll build that in. But as you say, it's slightly speculative now.
Yeah.
A similar question, how did you come to the 2.1 million sort of benchmark figure?
Historically, that's been kind of our base is around 1.8. And then, depending on kind of where the assessor feels that the market currently is and then what he might be able to capture, that's where the 2.1 comes.
So a lot of that is, a lot of that is just sort of the routine residential piece, right? So we're looking at renovations, we're looking at, tear downs and complete rebuilds, et cetera. So much of that is just, as Melissa says, our standard expectation of primarily in the residential field, what it's going to be and what it has been.
I know that this generated a lot of confusion last year with the excess capacity.
Yep.
And it would be great to just add a footnote and explanation as to what that is, so they don't think like we're not taxing up to the maximum amount is how everybody.
That's the way our overrides work.
If you just.
What happens as, Second Hill properties are demolished? Taxes there, but.
So would it
In that period.
Sure, it's a great question. So it really depends on how quickly if our presumed reconstruction happens. So the valuation date for each fiscal year. So for example, in fiscal year 2025 that we're in now, the valuation date that we use is January 1st, this past January 1st. So whatever percentage is done, if a project is midway complete, right, on January 1st, whatever percentage is done, that's what is assessed. And then in future years, for example, for a commercial property or a multifamily or a multi-unit rental properties, it's then in future years based on rents, on actual rents received. But when it's under construction, it's whatever percent of the construction is complete, that's what's assessed, what's there. So it really depends on how quick, that reconstruction and a renovation happens.
I think it's worth mentioning that right now, the Chestnut Hill Office Park, which is the only piece that we're thinking will be redeveloped and so at the very end of this, the tax revenue out of that is pretty low because it's almost empty. I think it's on the order of $1 million plus or minus. Whatever removal is there, it kind of exceeds the amount that's and the land value is the primary value.
Well, if they demoed it.
Yeah.
And then they didn't rebuild it for 5 years, we would lose that million, right?
So we would, but I think it's extremely unlikely that a developer will take it down. The much more likely event is if we can't come up with zoning that makes it attractive to rebuild, they will lease the properties that are already there.
If we do change the zoning so that there in theory could be a higher use.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that increase the value on the land?
It doesn't increase the assessments. So what is assessed? So assessment based on what is actually there, what not what conceivably could be there. So it may well increase the market value, for example, in like the sale value, for example. But what is assessed is what is there or what isn't there. So the zoning doesn't have any direct impact on the assessment.
Go ahead.
Because it's the income that's generated. It's assessed on the income that's generated.
That's right. That's right. For commercial property, I mean, there's that little sort of interim period where if it's under construction, let's say it's under construction for a few years and it's not creating income, then it's based on the cost method, right? What's there, but regardless, what the underlying zoning is doesn't have a direct effect on the assessments. Next slide, please. So we saw, yes.
So in terms of growth, the levy, new growth is for the upcoming, as January 1st.
That's correct.
So we know the amount of the levy for 2026 already, because everything is known, right?
Yeah, so we don't know, so we have an idea about what the new growth will be in 2026, and we have a projection in there. But
You're basing it on January 1st, 2020.
no, so yes, so it's okay, yes, it is confusing. So what the new growth will be in fiscal year 2026, a year from now, is based on what is there as of January 1st of 2025. And so that is to say, what happens during calendar year 2024 that we're in now. So we have this projection, we have, we have a projection about what it will be, but we do not know the exact new growth number until it's certified by the State Department of Revenue approximately a year from now, about 11 months from now. Yeah. So this is a slide, showing the debt and showing what goes into that debt exclusion. So that is to say, what is being raised outside, the operating levy, that's been approved by the voters as debt exclusions that will flow off as that debt is retired. So it's 22.01 million dollars in fiscal 25, $29 million in fiscal 26. You can see the primary aspects that make that up. The primary one by far the largest is the high school, and then the Driscoll School, and then layering in with new borrowings in fiscal 26 are the first borrowing for the fire station renovations and the first borrowing for the renovation and reconstruction of the Pierce School. So what's represented there for the first time in fiscal 26 is the debt that the town took out in March that was approved by the board in March. So next slide, please. So as most mentioned, we're looking at level funding for state aid. To Select Board Member Perlman's question, it's been a while. There have been reductions in state aid in the past when the last, really major downturn in fiscal year 2010 and I believe in 2011 as well. But at least one of those fiscal years back from there were some modest reductions in state aid. It's really rare, but it has happened. We are again conservatively projecting a level funded state aid figure. And we'll have to see as the state budget process proceeds about where that's going to be and what the expectations are.
Next
slide, please. Thank you. So we do have we are projecting some modest increases in local receipts. So primarily in motor vehicle excise. So we've continued for several years to have strong motor vehicle excise receipts, and we're projecting a $200,000 increase there. Also in local option taxes. So again, in hotel motel, that's been and meals. Those have been the big ones that we've continued to see. Really strong growth, especially as we continue to come out of COVID. The increase is a $200,000 increase in projected parking and court fines. So that's primarily from continuation of the parking increase, the rate increase that was approved by the board, and some other modest increases. But again, those are the three primary ones that are driving the 4.1% expected increase going into fiscal year 2026.
Can I just clarify, parking and court fines is not the meters. The meters
Sorry.
are under departmental and other.
Sorry. Thank you.
So the parking and court fine increase is based on.
Right, I was gonna say, parking meters are somewhere $4 million.
Yeah.
Sorry. My ear.
No, it's fine.
Regarding the local receipt categories, not that I'm looking to impose more fees on residents, but are there any categories that other municipalities will charge fees on typically that we're not?
I don't think there are likely many areas where we are not we, the town of Brookline, are not charging fees that another municipality is. You know, it's one thing we've talked about as to whether or not there may be some targeted other areas that fees could go up. I don't think that analysis would produce a significant increase in any particular area. But there's no area that I'm aware of that, you know, where the town doesn't charge a fee that another municipality might.
Public building rentals would be under which category for local receipts? Would that be under departmental and other?
So we don't rent out our public spaces. I think the schools do, but we don't charge a fee for rental space. I think the library may, but we do not.
Again, going back to this distinction between parking meter revenues, where does parking meter revenue?
There, it's under departmental and other.
Okay.
And it's actually, we had to reduce our projection because we had an estimate based on the increase and we're not seeing it. So we're just around $5 million for that particular category.
I'm just wondering if we can, maybe as part of our general this information, can we break down departmental?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
I have the same. What's in general government?
So the biggest thing in general government is building permits. And then the rest is kind of miscellaneous permits, for, you know, zoning board of appeals, things like that.
Okay, so that's kind of, what's in?
Most of it is parking meters, town clerk fees, police department fees, things like that.
I know that we talked about, Waldo, they're going to be somewhere out in terms of property assessment, but there is potentially a building permit fee that will be a pretty substantial chunk. 27, maybe 28. Is there, can we think about factoring that in? Does that make any sense? Or?
So we tend to not want to do that because we don't want one-time money to be funding recurring expenses. So a lot of times, you know, I talk about two areas of local receipts that we, you know, intentionally under budget, and building permits is one of those areas.
Okay.
Because it's cyclical, you know, if we have to pull back on it, you know, then that results in you know, more reductions. So we also need to hit a target for our funding of our capital plan. And so a lot of times will point to that particular account and say, that is feeding the CIP.
Okay. So that the excess flows into free cash.
Correct. And then that becomes the basis for what we provide to the CIP.
Thank you.
And the other area we'll talk a little bit more about, Lincoln, you know, probably talk more about it than I can, is, you know, we've been very fortunate in the interest rate market that we've been kind of participating in to have some strong returns for our interest income. That's also one time in nature. We don't expect these high interest rate environments to kind of continue into the long term. So that's also part of the reason why you're seeing a strong free cash number as well.
And well, yeah, the next slide may sort of add a little bit more detail on those. So, as Melissa said, on the interest income, so we do have a modest increase there. We have seen that be, you know, a real driver of non-property tax revenue, interest income in the interest environment that we've experienced. Well, there are a few reasons where we believe it's wise, you know, to have that modest increase in fiscal year 2026, but we're reluctant to push it much higher. The primary driver there is, number one, we've had a large increase in ARPA monies that we've been earning interest on in this higher interest rate environment. And so that's one factor. Those are getting spent out, so we're not going to have that balances that we've been able to earn interest income on. The other piece is the interest income environment is changing, obviously, right? So the Federal Reserve, as we know, cut the federal funds rate back in September. You know, we'll see where that goes going forward. One thing that we did in working with one of the town's financial advisors is much of the interest income that we have, the largest pieces of it are in treasuries. And so one of the things so we layer in treasuries. Typically they're in 9 months, sometimes a little bit longer of a duration, sometimes a little bit of a shorter duration. We're fortunate in that we purchased 9 months just before the rate cut. We weren't certainly market timing or anything that it was fortuitous. We sort of knew, that the rate cut was coming and precisely when. But a lot of those are layering out at the close of this fiscal year 2025. So we know that we're going to continue to have a strong interest income, revenue amount in fiscal 25. We're quite sure that we're not going to be able to renew those at the same rates that we've receiving. So we have a modest increase in fiscal 26. We think that's wise, but I don't think we're going to see that same kind of interest income revenue in fiscal 26 and going forward because of that. So.
So just to be clear, because I'm not sure this is entirely submitted. We are intentionally continuing to project interest income that is significantly below what we likely actually. Is that what we're saying here?
For 25, yes, I think that if you look at the history from prior to fiscal year 21, you'll see kind of the 675 is kind of normal for us. And then you see that it actually dropped in fiscal 22. So these last few years are definitely higher than we usually see. So we don't want to build that in because we still view it as one time in nature. And so to build recurring expenses against that would then mean abrupt reductions once that changed.
But it is a really, we're talking about actually we're like in the range of 5 and 6 million, 3 and 24.
Yep.
And yet going forward, projecting some billion. Do we really think the trading environment is that much? Or do we just have a really solid reason why we want?
Well, I think
it's one time.
Yeah.
No matter what the level of it is, it is.
I would use the analogy, it's similar in some ways to the building permit, to how we see building permits, right? We know that it's cyclical. It's another area, I think, of the only two really, where because we know it's one time in nature. Now, is it one time in nature over a few fiscal years and then, off? Perhaps, right? But we know that it is not, that it's sustainable over 10 years, right? That's correct. And so I think, I think when we see that, if it's one time in nature, it's appropriate to quote unquote under budget it in some ways so that it can feed the CIP, for one-time expenses.
It's also supporting, we've been using a lot of free cash to put into the stabilization fund as well. So that's, part of the benefit as well.
Could you just compare the interest landscape in FY 21 or 22? Those are reasonably similar to the landscape today in 24. Like what's the difference between those two?
ARPA funds is part of it.
I'm saying just interesting. Oh, are you saying?
$1 million.
We have money in the bank.
That's the point that I wanted to make.
Okay.
So again, two pieces, right? Much more cash that we are, it's in treasuries, it's not cash per se, but much more liquid funds, right? Primarily because of ARPA that we are investing, and then the higher interest rate on top of that, right? So I don't recall right now, right? So like in the middle of fiscal year 22, what was the federal funds rate? I don't recall right now. We can find that, but exactly much lower, right? At least 4 points lower.
So this is really helpful. You just clarified it for me, but what do you anticipate the balance to be in FY 25 versus FY 24? Is it going to be reduced? You're going from 6.9 million to 900,000. So you're basically taking away 6 million in interest income. Why?
We're not reducing, these are actuals, the budget is different.
I'm talking about FY 25, you're budgeting
Right,
900.
Right, so this will create a surplus for us in fiscal 25. That's what we're saying.
Because it's going to be free cash, but I just want to make sure I'm clear with my question. I may be reading the chart wrong. So FY 25, the interest income budgeted is 920,000, right?
And in FY '24, it was 6.9 million.
That was not the budget, that was.
Oh, that was the actual, I'm sorry, that's the, okay, that's the actual, forgive me. So we're saying, we anticipate a reduction of $6 million in interest income. It's, let me get the words out, I could be completely off my rocker here. And I'm trying to understand the factors of that. Have the interest rate changed, or has the balance of money changed that much?
No, we are not budgeting for it. So there's a difference between our projections that may include
You don't want
that,
to budget for it.
correct, because we feel that it is one time in nature and we don't want to build recurring expenses against one time.
Aha, I see it, okay.
Mark? So, if you think about the impact of ARPA, there's on average $30 million floating through
Yeah, I get
the system, and if the interest rate is 4 or 5%, you've got $1.3 million of interest right there.
But what it, can I understand?
Yeah.
that? So what's helped me understand, there's three factors going on here. There's interest rates, there's the balance of what we're getting interest on.
Yeah.
Right? And then there's how we want to budget the money.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is you don't want to budget that money for operating expenses because you become dependent upon it, but you can't get we know ARPA is going to go away, the interest rate change, so it's not predictable.
Correct.
And so that would end up going into free cash, which helps us fund CIP.
Slightly different question. One thing that we can say for sure, just based on the most recent history with this high interest rate environment, is that it turns out, interest income is a really significant part of revenue. All of a sudden, it's millions of dollars every year. How do we make sure that we are getting every dollar of interest income that we can get? When we're handling these huge amounts of depositable funds, and all of a sudden interest rate environment means that could actually produce millions in revenue for us. What is our check against how we're doing in the way we handle and park those funds versus other communities, for example?
Couple things. So I speak at least once a week with David Jedidieri, who's at Morgan Stanley, who this is what he does, is specifically government entities, and more specifically Methodist clients, high net worth individuals. So some of the restrictions that apply to them, but then also governments, and specifically municipal governments in Massachusetts. Two things, because we have what's called the legal list. So for our general funds, not trust funds, this is general funds. These are general funds. We have severe restrictions on what those funds can be maybe invested in. There's a list of 22 stocks that are sort of aren't updated as frequently as they should be from the division of banks, the state division of banks. It's
The Pennsylvania Railroad is still on there.
Pennsylvania Railroad is still on there. It is. We do not own any Pennsylvania Railroad. Or do I think we should? But it's Pfizer, it's Pennsylvania Railroad. I think Coca-Cola is still on there, and et cetera. Those are the only equities that we can be in. So what do we have? What do we have as alternatives? Essentially treasuries, right? Where we know where they have been receiving the maximum interest rate return that we can, but are still liquid.
Yeah.
And are and are safe, relatively safe, as safe as anything can be in this moment, right? And so at least once a week, we're talking about what's coming. We own a lot of treasuries of varying durations. So at least once a week, we're talking to see, okay, what are we going to renew? What are we going to renew for this length of time versus that length of time? And and I think that has served us well. It has served us well in terms of producing this, rather than, for example, just having them in what would amount to a checking account. Exactly.
There is one thing I think is really important to remember. We talk about how we're in a high interest rate environment now. We're not. We're in what is historically a normal interest rate environment. We were in an extraordinarily low interest rate environment because of COVID. And prior to that, there was a period after the 2008 financial collapse when the Fed also cut rates down to something, you know, like essentially zero. So, not for this projection, because this is probably reasonable for what we're looking at for the, you know, for the future, but it is important to pay attention to when that, when we can forget about that really low interest rate environment and think about 4%, 5% as being 3, 4, 5% as being normal rate. So that's something that, you know, you can think about in 5 years, but.
And you can't time the market, I mean, that's.
No, but you do have to be conscious, because at some point, if we return to an interest environment in which people have, you know, we recognize that 3, 4, 5% is normal for the federal funds rate, then we should be making a projection that's based on that, not based on 1 or 2%.
Okay,
But I do think these are important questions about whether we are leveraging what we have in our account to the best of our ability. And I'm not saying this would be the best way to do it, but there are CDs that are even 10 months that are at a higher rate than just sort of parking it in the savings account somewhere. And so I wonder, what are some other options that are explored, what do some other municipalities do?
So we look at CDs, I mean, I haven't seen a CD rate that has beat the rate of return that we've been receiving by approaching, you know, by pursuing this strategy with treasury. I have.
They've been well.
You know, I mean, there are some that have approached it, but so to me, you know, I mean, it's not receiving the same rate of return, and we're losing a lot in terms of liquidity, right? So we maintain complete liquidity with respect to treasury. As long as someone wants to buy treasuries, we can go sell them if we need to. Whereas if we're in a CD at, from what I've seen, consistently lower rates than what we've done through the treasuries, not significantly lower, but lower. Those are two factors that say to me, we should stay with the strategy that we're on right now.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to go for lower, but just, I'm glad that we're looking at that, in case there were a CD rate that ended up being higher. Because I do occasionally see 10-month CDs that are at least at a higher rate, certainly than bank savings account.
Yeah, I mean, so
To that point, we're investing money over short periods of time, it's 15 months, but also, aren't you investing them over like week period?
So depends. So the longest duration that we've had with treasuries over the last 2 years has been 9 months. And the shortest is, I think, was 1 month. We have 1 month.
Sorry,
That's all right. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I think, you know, most municipalities in Massachusetts aren't doing this. You know, I mean, they're putting it in a bank, maybe in some CDs, but they're not routinely, you know, doing this, and because it may not necessarily be a good use of their time because the fund balances, because the balances are low.
This is, what you're doing is a classic treasury operation.
Right.
The corporate treasury, the operation is the same thing.
Right.
And it's a very appropriate thing to do. It's great to hear. It's just interesting to, you know, speculate about how the changing interest rate environment will affect that, and I can understand the caution.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's and again, we have these restrictions from the legal list, right? So I think, you know, the primary goals, you know, that have been, you know, that are traditional for a municipality is liquidity and relative safety, right? So even if the legal list was to change and the town could invest its general funds in the stock, you know, in equities overall, I still don't think probably we would want to do that, right? Because there's a significant risk of loss, right? That we aren't experiencing right now.
By the way, I was only joking when I said Pennsylvania Railroad.
No, it's
still on the list. That's 30 years ago. Just to put this series of questions into a little bit of perspective, you know, when we really highly value and protect our rating,
from the bonding agency. And that's the rate of, that impacts the rate on which we borrow, right? But we so seldom kind of get measured by the rate of interest that we are getting on our deposited funds. And I just think it's a really important question that needs to be asked constantly, just to make sure that we're not missing opportunities safely, to do better than we might have done if we put it somewhere where it's sitting getting no interest at all. And there are, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the low interest environment, I swear that there have been periods of time when we're paying out, to have accounts, in certain places that safeguard our accounts, but charge us a little bit, and in the high interest rate environment, there's no way, as far as I know, we should be paying bank fees, on deposit. But we have to be constantly kind of thinking about that. And the select board, I think, just as we protect our bond rating on money we borrow, I think we got to be asking questions every now and then about how we're doing with the money we have on.
No, I appreciate that, because it is, I think, to your point, where the interest rate environment, where the federal funds rate will be changing in a way that it hasn't, it's something that, I'm looking at even more frequently, where, for example, some rates that are available, for CDs may become, in the realm of competitive with what we're doing with treasuries, and we'll be looking at that, absolutely. Good, Paul?
So just as a suggestion, because I think this has been really helpful, to understand how we're investing money, what risk we may be taking on, what the impact is. Perhaps as a footnote going forward, we start just publishing what's the actual rate of return that we got for that year on our investments, and let's just start exposing it so we can see it.
That's not in the budget book? We have a complete, well, it's in the annual report, there's a complete listing of all monies on deposit. And
It's still up in the audit, right? It's still up in the audit.
yeah, well, not necessarily by account, but certainly the overall answer, yes.
I'm not suggesting we look at every account and micromanage. I just think if we could just expose the actual rate of return annually, it would just help it.
The aggregate rate.
The aggregate rate.
Yeah.
Okay, just one more question, and part of this is just curiosity on my part. But by any chance, do you have, at your fingertip, the amount of money that Brookline currently has banked?
Yeah, so it's, I'm gonna check a file when we get back.
Yeah.
But it's around $400 million.
Okay, to give people some idea of what we're talking about.
And that is stabilization fund.
That's everything.
Reserves and
That's everything.
the whole package.
That's OPEB trust, that's everything.
Yeah.
And that's unused cash, right?
Yeah, everything.
Could we just take a 2-second break to recognize that Jazz has returned? You okay? With no blood and. No blood.
Total loss.
Oh, wow. I'll tell you about that, yeah.
It's a good car.
It was a good. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for being here, but put your health first. You've been through a lot this month. Yeah.
Okay. So other available funds, as we said, overall, there's a reduction here. The reduction is entirely due to the use of the overlay. So the overlay is the amount that we have in the account for the assessors to grant abatements and exemptions. If the board recalls, for the fiscal year 2025 budget, the assessors voted to release $2 million of that, which was used in 25, and so we're not projecting that for fiscal 26. And then the other reduction is, a result of the decrease in the projected, HCA funds. I know, we've discussed that, but, that's the other reduction. And then modest increases elsewhere from golf, recreation, and water and sewer.
Are we set with, the licensing fees on, at this point on, marijuana? Okay, so that's fair, so, we have a base there, the place is just
Yeah, we're now switching the, now we have opioid settlement funds coming in, those are going into the stabilization fund. So a lot of the positions in health that were supported with HCA are converted to opioid.
Right, no, but what I'm referring to is because we had the HCA, the host community agreements went away,
Right. and
but we
we've been
put in,
weaning
we
ourselves
put in
off
a license fee that, up there for each of these.
some of it, but not all.
yeah, I would consider it the same realm. Right.
Right, it's an order of magnitude, so, yeah, okay.
But what is the Walnut Hill Cemetery Fund? That's the care and maintenance fund?
So they contribute, so we have a cemetery sub-program within the Parks and Open Space Division, so that money is transferred from their funds to support the work of that.
So it's really care and maintenance. Like that.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So, with respect to free cash and its use in the projected fiscal 26 budget, the free cash, as the board knows and is discussed, and slightly amended, at the last retreat, its free cash is used in accordance with the town's free cash policies, so funding the annual budget reserve. The major change here, and we'll talk about this in a moment, is a recommended increase to the funds appropriated to the stabilization fund. So that is in direct response to a part of the policy changes that were adopted by the board at your last retreat with Moody's Investor Services recommending that AAA Massachusetts municipalities maintain 20% of prior year net revenues, 20% in unreserved and stabilization fund of 20% of the prior year's net revenues as opposed to the previous standard of 10%. So that significant, relatively significant commitment to that is represented in line 2 in the free cash estimate of an increase to the recommended appropriation to the stabilization fund in response to that. Again, to select board member Vance's point out, this is the primary thing that we're hearing from Moody's, that, where we need to work to make sure that we're maintaining the liability catastrophe fund does not, according to the free cash policy, need an appropriation in fiscal 26. This also though represents CIP funding going up due to the override from 6.6% to 8.1%. Affordable Housing Trust Fund, again, according to the free cash policy, if the balance is less than $5 million, free cash would use for that in the waterfall, so that's $1.7 million. And then special use. So the remaining portion of the projected free cash amount that would be available for special use and specifically for CIP is $9.6 million.
Well, just a quick question. So I think last year we had a delay in free cash being certified. Do you anticipate, I don't know why that occurred. I know we talked about it, but do you anticipate a similar delay?
So we are, I don't want to speak for anything, but so normally at this time of year, like probably 5 years ago, we would already had our free cash certified.
Yeah.
So we're closer to that,
Yeah.
but not quite where we want to be for getting that done.
Yeah,
What's
so
the factor that between 5 years ago and
Staffing
now?
is part of it. We've had, some turnover in key positions that are, responsible for reconciliations and making sure that those are complete.
Mhm.
So that's part of why there's a delay.
I was gonna just put a little more color on that. So we are very close to being certified, to having it complete for this year.
Mhm.
For a little more color on Melissa's point with respect to staffing. So we had, we had a vacancy in the role of comptroller that was just filled, last month, which is great. We have a brand new, comptroller in Chelsea Stevens. That is the critical position with respect to the submissions to the state. And the other key position there was what's now the deputy treasurer collector position, with Holly Sullivan, who just started less than 2 weeks ago. And that position was vacant for 5 months. So it was difficult filling those. We have been able to fill those key positions now, and to Melissa's point, we expect that we will be on track next year, and certainly much earlier than last year for this for certification of district.
So,
Um,
and then Mike, and then Dave.
Yeah. I think we have, an as yet, maybe unacknowledged, policy that we can choose to discuss and choose to think about, or we can quickly dispense with and say, we kind of like things the way they are. But we're facing the reality that for a couple of years in a row now, we've had a really substantial amount of free cash. And free cash doesn't just happen. It's largely, but not entirely, but largely unspent monies that we budgeted. And so in that sense, we're not budgeting with intentional policy. We're not saying this is what we budget because we think it should all be spent as we budgeted it. We're budgeting and sort of putting aside the fact that we can kind of depend on a lot of this money won't be spent. And actually we have maybe decided, but we haven't ever taken a vote on it as far as I know, that would be a good thing. So, because if you have all these unspent monies, it helps you to do all these things at the end of the year that you can do with free cash. But it's a strange way to sort of get around to funding all of these things that we do with free cash, that we go ahead with a budget that we know, at least we've known it for the last 2 years, the evidence has been in the last 2 years, that we have a lot of money in the budget that comes back to us at the end of the year. So I can't make up my own mind whether that's a good thing or not a good thing. I do know that I like what we do with our free cash, but I also know that we never seem to have a discussion of, are these budget numbers, the budget numbers that we want to have in this budget? If they are, didn't we say we wanted the money to be spent on X, Y, Z, operating departments and not on these other things? And it's only by sort of accident that it came back to us at the end of the year, but thank God we had it to spend on these other things.
Mike?
I actually had another question, but when we do budget, as Melissa and I can say, we're looking at a particular number for new growth, for example, of $2.1 million, and that's a careful, conservative number. It might be 2.5, 2.7, 3 million, something like that. So we know that that there's some upside in collection. There's sometimes there's an upside in expenses as well. It happens with the police contract and the arbitration work. So if you look at that number, it's like 6% of total collection, something like that. It's not a high number, and it's an unusual number for this particular year because this was a building permit. A good chunk of this is building permit. Am I correct about that?
Of the free cash number, so the two drivers of our surplus have been building permits and for the past couple of years, it's been interest income.
And interest income.
And
okay.
so, in
So
order
we just
to.
had the conversation about interest income. But what I was going to ask you something entirely different. The unreserved fund balance stabilization fund is contributing $6.2 million. How close are we now getting to that 20%?
So we were already at the 20%. So quick reminder on some of that. So we were at, last time we were measured, we were at 23%.
That's right, okay.
The median for Massachusetts municipalities, AAA rated Massachusetts municipalities was 33%. And so, we don't know where the median will be, right? In 6 months, because we don't know where each of those, where all of those 15 now, municipalities are at this moment. But, but we do know that at 23%, we were the lowest, second to last. Yeah. So we believe this 6.2%, we don't know where the median is yet because not everyone has been measured yet.
Yeah.
But we do know that with the $6.2 million, we should be making some significant progress towards, do I think we'll be at the median with this? No. Will we be closer? Yes.
But many of those
20%
municipalities,
is the target.
yeah, that's the target, but because many of those municipalities are not cities and towns, they're like Maxine or Dutch, which has a,
No, so these are all municipalities. So
for the 36%?
For Moody's,
For Moody's, yes. So that they are comparing us, but you're right. So state, so state debt, as you all know, is still called a municipality, but what Moody's is looking at is specifically municipal.
But if 20% is the target, why would, why do we need to be at 33% or at the median? What is there psychologically, basically, it sounds like, that we feel like will make a better, a stronger impression? Because of course there are some other metrics where we don't make the cut for AAA, but we get with AAA nonetheless.
So this is the primary one that is within our ability to change, our direct ability to change, that where we are in the lower, quartile, right? Or lower, we're at the bottom, of the rankings.
Yeah.
So,
AAA.
of AAA Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, no, thank you for that, Of AAA rated Massachusetts municipalities. This is the one that is directly in our control, that, where we are in the lower tier. So that's why we want to attack that. We are, we are doing well when we compare ourselves, for example, to pension funding and OPEB funding. And these other things that are directly within our control. Then there are a whole series, to your point, there are a series of things that are not within our direct control. That is to say, median income, right? Et cetera, right? There are things that we don't have direct control over as a municipality, but this is the thing that we do, we're worried about.
This and OPEB and pension.
Right, so we're doing well.
Yeah,
in
I
terms of
appreciate that.
comparison, yes. But correct, those are the other things that are within our direct control.
I do, yes. So in terms of the special use amount of $9.6 million this past year, how does that compare in terms of actual dollars, or as a percentage with previous years? I understand it was higher than typical. Do you have a value in mind of what we need in order to cover those special uses? Is there a target number where you go into a fiscal year saying, well, we really need at least 5 million? Do you have those?
So we built the CIP with the what was previously the 7.5% policy. We amended that with the override funds. And now the target for the CIP is 8.1% of prior year net revenue. So we build the out years of the plan, assuming that lower number. So anything that comes in above and beyond that allows me to pull projects forward, or boost accounts that, roadway account has been something that the board has expressed, the desire to kind of have additional funding there as well. And we always get kind of CIP requests that may not have been foreseen in the out years that, are more immediate need, and we're able to kind of fund projects like that, that weren't known at the time, this plan was set.
Are you able, though, to further distill that down to discretionary, such as what you are talking about, where you put more funds into roadways as available, as opposed to a true and anticipated need?
Yeah, so the next presentation after this is the CIP, and we can talk about kind of what's in the plan and kind of what was new from, what wasn't there prior to, and kind of where some of this additional money is gone.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, I want to take a moment and go back to John's points, because I don't want to just leave it out there for people to believe that, we're budgeting money and turning a lot back, because I don't think that's actually correct. Last year we were accused of sandbagging and holding back money, by a member of the public, which was unfortunate because I think there was a significant misunderstanding. You know, I don't, and it would be good to see the information, but I don't think we're turning back. My sense is a lot of money from operating budget, back into the CIP. It's more, we're being reasonably conservative or moderate on our forecast for local receipts. And if we were to get too aggressive on it, we would end up potentially budgeting for operations on money that won't come. And I think that's, if we're going to talk a policy is we need to be reasonably, I'm not going to say conservative, but pragmatic about what we think will come in on local receipts so that we don't become dependent on something that's not going to come. So I'm happy to have the policy discussion, but I think we need to be very careful.
No, I'm glad you're picking up on it, and you're quite correct that some of this is underestimating revenues. But as we've heard in this very discussion, that can be pretty darn significant. And if the only reason that we're underestimating it is because by underestimating it, we'll have $5 million next year that we can spend on a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Is that how we want to make the decision to allocate, $5 or $6 million for a bunch of stuff?
So just,
Well, let me finish the point. And so yeah, underestimating revenues is part of it, but also unspent funds is part of it. And I'd be happy to hear what the number is for unspent funds as a portion of the free cash that you're.
yeah, so just, I think we need to be very careful with this narrative, John, because, I think that saying that it's, we're underestimating, I don't think that's what's occurring. I think that we are pragmatically, and conservatively estimating local receipts because it's not a perfect science. We don't know what's going to happen. But more importantly, we got to be careful that we don't choke off the money that we use for the CIP. And I think that we have to, if you want to have that discussion, how do we fund the CIP? But, depending on interest income for CIP is not a great idea. And we do need to budget on how we're going to fund free cash. So I just think this is something we need to be really careful with, I believe.
Mark, you make a really good point that the free cash comes from partly from underestimating revenue or overestimating expenses in the operating budget. But the primary driver of this really big number is one-time money. The interest rates and building permits in this particular year, other years, there's been other factors. They're not predictable, and as it says, you don't ever want to rely on for next year's operating expenses on one-time money from last year.
Well, within a range. What about the difference between 600,000 or 6 million? Yeah. So.
Yeah, but there is a predictable change in interest collection. So
The same argument we were making with ARPA money, that was, we've had this money for, 2+ years now. It's going away, and, I'm glad that we didn't, spend it on, expenses that were recurring, for the most part, so.
I'm sorry. No, I was just gonna say, if I could to remember that when we're looking at that 20% target, and we're trying to get up to the 33%, what's now the 33% median. The amount of unspent free cash goes towards that calculation. So, when we're, when we look at ourselves as an almost $40 million entity, and we're looking at that, part of the, the recommended commitment to get there is $6.2 million, right, for the stabilization. But part of that calculation is also unspent free cash. So I just want to, sort of say that out loud, that that's part of where we're looking at and meeting those metrics that we need to say.
Very good. No, go ahead.
Just saying, I agree with Paul that we want to be very careful not to choke off how we help fund the CIP, and that these are based on just being pragmatic, something that's non-scientific, that we don't have an absolute guarantee in terms of what will come in. Where I agree with John though, is I do think we want to look at historic patterns, and that's what informed my question regarding the special use money and how much of that is discretionary and how much of it is we had an unanticipated need. And obviously each year the unanticipated needs will be different, but we can look back historically, and if we see going back 10 years that unanticipated needs were 1.8 million, I don't know what it is, just throwing a number out there, and that the rest of it's discretionary, that would help inform the conversation about whether we're meeting our benchmarks, or whether those benchmarks should shift.
Other people want to take a break?
Oh, yeah. I have one more slide.
Yeah, one more.
You wanna-
Then
Okay.
maybe we can.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a one
So-
more slide.
By the way, I have one question related to something you just said.
Sure.
Do we have a list of the communities that, AAA and their reserve, numbers?
We did.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see who, who are really competing with. I mean, I know Newton's one, but, they're not like Brookline.
So this is just the representation graphically of what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Well, as far as maintaining at least the 20% of prior year net revenues in unreserved in stabilization, so that we can continue to meet that metric. So we are, we don't yet know where that median will be, right? In this year, we'll get that information as we get it from all 15. But we know that the commitment that is recommended here will, continue to move us up from the second to the last up in the ranking.
I have one question about, and this falls on to what David said, and I'm glad David mentioned, the difference between being cautious and what John's point is, do we have historical data? There's a little bit of this hockey stick here. We've now set a policy, I think 20%, right? We've modified the policy, and it looks like we were kind of working towards that anyway. But I think the important thing here is that this money comes from free cash. So it's not like it's operating funds and we're funding these fund balances, right? But one of the first cuts is we make sure that we meet these benchmarks from free cash, which is
Number one on the priority.
it's number one on the priority list. So, which is one-time money, which is, I think, important to know. And that, if we decrease free cash, we're first eating into the ability to do parks and projects that we're doing, funding some items, maintenance, I think. But the last thing we would cut is this. This is the most important.
And our goal is 20%, so we've been at 23%.
So we were at 23%, right? Our goal is at 20%. If you recall, though, the board also adopted as part of the policy some expectation that we'd be getting towards the median. I'm sorry. I can't recall exactly what the wording is.
The last workshop.
But the wording was to the effect that, with the goal of reaching those needs.
And I just want to connect back to a narrative that was set last year that I think we need to manage, right? There was a narrative that was coming from a member of the community that was claiming we were, unrealistically over budgeting these fund reserves, right? And that money could have been used instead for operations. And I think it had to do with schools.
Yeah.
Remember someone came and wanted us to essentially raid funds and I think it's really important that we help educate the community that because this is one-time money, we do not want to, and we should not use those funds for ongoing operations, because the one-time money coming from free cash is not going to. And these percentages are important for us to keep up with the economy. I just think it's important so that we don't lose the community on some of these things if they get confused and they see this
Yeah, and we're getting signals from the rating agencies that this is an area where we could be stronger, so that's
Okay.
why we're making this. recommendation.
Okay.
I think just in conclusion, it's not just that we should be doing, it's that we have tried in the past, within living memory, when Michelle came here in the nineties, we were spending more, we were spending as we got, we were spending on operating expenses as we got that.
Yeah.
Before the transfer partnership, before controls that were put in place by Rich and the select board at the time to control for these problems. Because what wound up happening was we started CIP and our facilities were falling apart. The fire at the high school, we had all sorts of serious problems that resulted from when times were good, we found 500 operating expenses, and when the times were bad, we had to cut the operating budget, and we had no money to capital. So what came out of that were the first iterations of these policies and procedures, along with the council department. Which was designed to control the way these coming up.
Susan, some of that, spending of money as you got it was a hangover from the impact of Proposition 2.5.
Right.
Which, passed in what, 80 or 82, something like that, and caused a lot of municipalities were forced to cut their budget and scrounge for whatever funds they could to keep operating going. And as I say, it was a bit of a hangover that lasted for about 10 years. John?
Final point, because I am not known to be a free spender, and that isn't my intent. If we look at how we are spending the free cash, and it's right there in front of us, every one of those items could be a choice that we make when we put together our budget for the year.
CIP.
Well, every one of them.
Yeah, it's a choice in the CIP, not in the
Yeah,
operating budget.
Yeah.
We'll be talking more about that at the end of the presentation, because I think that, there are things that we need to consider as we're managing this deficit, which is fairly large, so.
Yeah. So, and, all I'm saying is, to the extent that we budget, if we had the ability to actually make the choice to do these items in our budget, that would be my first choice, as opposed to, let's continue our practices of underestimating some revenues and underestimating some spending, and then there'll be a lot of leftover money at the end of the year, and then it has to go into some stuff
If you, John, if you move, I'm sorry, can I,
Sure.
if you move projects, CIP money from CIP into the operating budget, you're gonna increase the deficit. It's that simple. If we cannot move money from the CIP over to, I guess we could, it's obviously a choice.
But I didn't say to do that. I said
That's what
to
I just
take the
wanted to
money
say.
we're allocating to the CIP as a consequence of the waterfall of the free cash. And since if we had a more perfect, process and could sort of see the future a little bit better, we could say, we're gonna add $9,600,000 to the CIP in the budget at the beginning of the process. Not if we're lucky enough to end up with, blah, 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 and then there's 9 million for CIP, that's what we'll have for CIP. That's all.
But I think you're mischaracterizing what we've done. It's not a matter of deliberately underestimating. It's a matter of estimating and then stuff happens. And you just don't,
Right.
and so.
2 years in a row, we've been over 20 million. We've
2 years in a row,
We've never had those kinds of numbers.
That's right. We've never had those kinds of
We
numbers.
never had an operating.
And there's no reason whatsoever to think that they'll continue.
No, but let's figure out what we think will continue.
Well, I
What will
think
be
that's
the-
that's what's been done.
Do you want to take a pause before we?
Yes,
dive
okay, why
into
don't we take a
the-
That's a perfect place to take a pause.
We are back. Okay, so, Lincoln covered the revenue side of the forecast and, now we're turning to expenses. So the first chart that you see on the slide here just illustrates that, if you've got salaries, which are over 50% of our overall budget, and then obviously benefits combined for another 21.4%. So most of our money is in people. That's where all the services are. That's who makes the town operate. That's a large piece of our budget. So you can go ahead and turn to the next slide. So then we also do an exercise in our budget annually to show a fully allocated general fund budget. So you look at the expenses that are provided on behalf of the schools. Every year we report, at the end of the year report, all the departments submit what they spend on behalf of the schools. We project that into the budget going forward. So the fiscal 25 projected education budget in actuality is about 59.2%. That's not to be confused with the 60-40 split that everyone hears about for the town school partnership. It just so happens that this number is very similar. Just to illustrate, the large areas of the budget, once we cover schools, then it's benefits followed by public safety, et cetera. So, go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Before we go, similar, we had a little sidebar a few minutes ago. So the blue piece for education, 59.2%. This is actually what we're planning, right?
So this was projected in fiscal 25 based on the reporting from the prior calendar year.
Okay, so this isn't town school partnership
No,
number.
this is just the town expenses reported to us on behalf of schools, projected into the fiscal 25 budget, kind of added to what their allocation was. We pull out the things that we know are funded, like crossing guards are technically in police, but they support the schools and things like that. So kind of to give you a better representation of where the resources are.
Okay, thank you.
So we can go to the next slide. So this just shows the growth in fiscal 26. So you can see that the school budget currently growth projected at $8.8 million, followed by our debt service budget. A lot of that is related to the debt solutions coming online. Then we have town departments, benefits, special appropriations. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide. School split. So this is the second year that we've put the slide out there to kind of show the way that the formula works, where you have your revenue, you have your fixed costs, which are primarily debt service and
1 second,
Sorry.
I will just try to pretend now.
If you could increase the size. They. It's. On the computer, so it doesn't.
Okay, we are back on. Okay. So essentially you take your revenues, you fixed costs, which are mostly your CIP, your debt service costs, your benefits costs, and then that provides what's available in revenue. And so you can see that after deducting your fixed costs, you've only got 4.4 million, which you distribute to schools. And so the way that the formula works is that you take the prior year allocation. Last year's allocation was 4159. You apply that to the number, but then there are also adjustments that are made for shared services. So, as an example, any growth in repair and maintenance gets deducted, any growth in payroll, purchasing, IT, utilities, and then we're also needing to make an adjustment so that the schools see the benefit of the flow year 3 override funds in fiscal 26. So that shows what is available town and school, and so that's part of what is causing the deficit, is that we don't have enough revenue to support the projected expenditures.
Question. So, this was blown up a little bit. It's not on the Zoom, it's really small, but thank you so much. So the school number for FY 26 of 139, it's got 140 million.
Mm-hmm.
That is the number which is from the town school partnership that last year we got into trouble, right? So we're publishing this number that we have $140 million
Based on our current projections.
based on our current projections for the schools. Now the 6 million deficit that you started with 10 slides ago.
Yes.
Is that against this number?
So yeah, against that number. So
The
that number
139.
is short what they actually need by about $6 billion.
Right, remember that the $139 is not the totality of what the schools have, because they have other sources of funds.
Right,
But that's what comes out of the,
well, so
out
that's,
of the operating.
so the 100 and, are they asking, so the 6 million deficit for the schools, is that in totality of their budget or just against the 139 million?
But it's the same thing, it doesn't make, it's really both.
Right, that's just my point, is that they're forecasting a $6
$6
million
million budget,
deficit.
looking at the totality of their budget, or looking at this, whatever it is, it's a $6 million deficit.
Right, because could their budget be more than, above the 6 million? Do they have other budget that they're
So
adding?
they're still kind of assessing the request from each of the schools, so their projections could change. This is the preliminary number that we received.
Okay, and we don't, in this, I'm sorry to dig into this for a minute, but this, we got ahead of ourselves last year, I think, or behind. So the 139 million, and I know you're not speaking for the schools, they're not here, but is this basically, level of service is the same with steps and lanes and all that stuff that's built into it, or?
Essentially what the formula provides, and obviously, I think that the override projections were higher. So we're actually falling short where we thought we would be able to provide in terms of revenue.
Okay.
So that's a piece of the deficit, about $3 million is driven by that, and then the rest is driven by their expenditure growth.
So the steps and lanes part, that's the school's budget.
That's the 6 million that they're, yeah, so
So they look at their budget, and then they say, well, okay, if we get 140 million, 139,600,000 from the town, there's this $6 million missing.
So we need to wait and see what's making up their total budget.
Well,
How much is growth, how much is steps and how much is required level of service versus,
yeah, but that's up to them, because if we raise that number,
Yeah.
we take something out of the operating budget.
I agree with you. That's, I'm just trying to understand.
You have something to?
Yes, if that's all right. Just a point I want to make actually, because we're all, looking at the chart for this year. I'm looking at the chart for this year and the comparative chart for last year, the comparable chart for last year. So if I could just cite a couple of numbers. The school increase last year, expenditure growth projected, was 7 million. This year it's 8.89. Sorry, not it's overreading it. So they're up. Their projected increases from 7 to 8. The town increase last year was 3.7. This year 3.0. So the town expenditure growth compared to last year is down. And then debt service compared to last year was 2.2, and this year it's 7.1. So I think people can assume that that level of increase in debt service has impact elsewhere in our ability to fund services. But maybe it does and maybe it doesn't.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to get at. Because this gets to debt exclusion. And if you have a debt exclusion for a given amount, does the debt exclusion cover the interest payments on the debt?
Yeah.
So
it's part of the growth you see in revenue, so about $7 million of that is related to debt exclusion. And then of the non-departmental fixed costs, about $7 million of that is directly related, it's the debt service holders. Right?
So when people hear, I'll just pick a number out of the air, let's say a $200 million debt exclusion is on the ballot, okay? Is it the case that that's the amount by which we will end up spending as a result of the approval by the voters, or is it the case that 200 million plus the annual interest payments on 200 million is what? So I'm not sure whether debt exclusion questions as presently worded on ballots really express what people are voting to spend, because it says spend a certain amount of money, then it turns out we spent that amount of money and the interest on it over 20 years.
It doesn't just the principal and interest go on to the tax levy.
Correct.
Okay, so I mean, it's not the $200 million that people are paying for in their taxes, but the debt service And over time, it's gonna equal things that actually more than 200 million.
Well, we borrowed 200 million as a.
We
as
authorized the
authorized
borrowing of 200
by
million.
the, voters. And raised 200 million for the 200 million borrowed. But because that decision was made by the voters, we also feel the impact for the next 10, 15, or 20 years of the interest payments on that, which obviously we can't borrow to make interest payments, so.
I guess I'm a little confused. I mean, the taxpayers are not gonna pay the $200 million any more than you pay your $5 million mortgage up front. I mean,
No.
It's a debt service. over
No,
time.
but it's just like if you take out a mortgage, you will see a number for how much you are taking out to pay for, the purchase of your house. And if it's I think it's under the law, they also have to show you over the lifetime of the mortgage, what is this gonna cost you? And that's a different number, it's usually much higher. I mean, it's always much higher, sometimes it's almost double, yeah. But we don't do that on the ballot.
Well, but John, the people make decisions on borrowing and what it's gonna cost to service that borrowing, which includes principal and interest. They don't, and that's generally how people end up making the decision. Can they afford it or not? So maybe you are making a good point that it might be, we may want to do a better job expressing what the annual tax, the annual tax increase is going to be versus saying it's just a $200 million school, right?
Well, we do. Yeah, I thought we did. I mean, we tell people what our aggregate debt is.
Right.
Which is a relevant number, but, in terms of what they pay year by year.
We put
If I could,
Oh, you do?
yep, if I could, there's a calculator, that we put up for this,
That's right.
this override, and I believe that the override, for the last several, that where one may enter their property address and find out
Right.
what their projected, increase will be. It may vary slightly because we don't know what precisely the interest rate will be on that debt until it's actually issued, but it's close.
I think actually that calculator informs people a lot more effectively if they use it, than what was done like 10 or 15 years ago when that sort of facility wasn't available, when people were just, this is the percentage increase on average that, but it varies, like you said, it varies depending on the kind of property that you own and so forth.
From this side. So, so debt service obviously is a big piece, of that growth is, above the line, as we refer to it as the fixed costs are above the line before funding town schools. So benefits is the biggest chunk of that as well. So $92.1 million, for fiscal 26. Was a little stunned to hear the 12% growth in health insurance, kind of hoping that we would have an increase that would be a little bit less than that. Last year, we were around 10%. But we're seeing kind of a post-COVID effect of people who have delayed their treatment are now kind of back to the doctors, and that's kind of what we're seeing in the rates there as well. So our pension schedule is still on track. Looking to fund that. 2030 is our year that we're targeting for full funding. And then we have these other accounts that are for benefit related, our workers' comp, our public safety, individual duty, Medicare, et cetera, for a growth of 4.1%.
So that explains the mystery to me, because if you go back to slide 17, this graph here.
Yep.
Benefits account for 21.4% of the total, but that number isn't just healthcare, that is OPEBs and pensions and stuff with the whole thing.
Yep.
Okay, that explains the mystery, yeah, right.
So then we can go on to the next slide, which just talks a little bit about the assumptions made into these accounts. So currently assuming 35 new subscribers, 15 on the town side, 20 on the school side. We'll be talking more with the schools on whether that 20 can be revised. So that drives an increase of 4.4 million for group health. Each point equates to about $357,000. So, I think we're at 11% instead of 12, there'll be 357 more to distribute current school. Pensions, our funding schedule, is an increase of $289,000. Only because we used free cash last year to kind of help boost the pension system. Knowing that we are very close to that 2030 target, we also know that as our schedule gets reevaluated, if we're on a 2-year cycle for revaluing our pension funding schedule, that the shock to the system won't be able to be smoothed out in a longer fashion anymore. So we put $2 million of free cash to kind of help with any kind of unanticipated activity for pensions as well. OPEB, we're at $5.2 million. We also used free cash last year to kind of bring additional funding to that account. We had paused during COVID, and we are continuing to look at special revenue funds to also help contribute as
Can I ask
well.
a question before?
Sure.
You brought this slide. I just want to make sure, because you quickly went by what's above the line, and this is all above the line.
Yep.
And that's meaning that we take this, we pay this money before we then allocate the money between the town and the school. Is this all town, or is there also school costs in there?
It's both town and school benefits.
It is both.
Mike?
Although teachers' pensions are funded by the state.
Yeah.
So it's just for any non-teacher related.
So it help, the teacher healthcare is in there.
Correct.
Okay.
So I had a constituent ask me a question that I sort of could answer, but you probably do a better job. In terms of pensions, so we're spending that much money on pensions, some portion of it is catch up and some portion of it is current. Can you give us an approximate split?
Yes, sorry, I can get you an answer in a minute or so, but as you said, there's the pay-as-you-go costs,
Yeah.
and then there's the full funding.
Right, I'm
costs.
just interested in approximately, if you know.
Yeah, so, give me 1 minute.
Okay.
I'll try.
And I have one more question related to my earlier question. And I know I think we've done this before. I'm not sure if we presented in the budget book, but are we able to present a fully allocated cost structure of, town versus schools? Because it's very difficult to know what percentage of the budget, the town school partnership will say 60-40 or something like that, but it's more than that.
Right, that's the pie chart that we've had,
Yeah.
that had the 59.2%.
That's the actual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's.
Does that include-
It's a projection, so it's basically, we take the data that we get reported.
Yeah.
So this past year, in the summer, we get numbers for fiscal year 24.
Yeah.
Town expenditures on behalf of schools. When we're building the 26 budget, we'll project that into the budget items that we have,
Okay.
and that will give us kind of a new pie chart.
Okay, so that pie chart was
So
actual
it's kind of a
allocations.
combination of budgeted numbers and then projections based
Gotcha,
on what we
okay.
got reported.
And you're allocating them to the profit level. Okay, thank
And
you.
it also appears in the budget, it's in the FY25 budget, and you'll see it again in the 26
Okay.
budget. as well.
Okay,
There's a form that we file with the Department of
Early
Early Education that lists that with that 59.2% is explained in excruciating detail.
okay,
So that number is available,
Okay.
and it does more or less match
perfect, okay.
the town school partnership. But
So to answer your question, Mike, for example, in fiscal 26, the normal cost, that is to say the ongoing cost outside of catch up with the unfunded liability is $6.8 million. The unfunded liability, that where we're doing our catch up, is $33.1 million for a total determined contribution of $40 million.
Okay, we can go on to the next slide.
Thank you.
So this just shows the growth in our group health budget. I'd like to point out that little dip that you see around fiscal 11 that's the year we joined the GIC. So the GIC has been pretty beneficial in terms of trying to keep the rates relatively moderate, but we're just in this period of, kind of seeing some pretty substantial increases going forward for fiscal 24 or 25 and 26.
It looks like they're projecting the same sort of jump out to 30.
So I've got 12% projected for 26, 10% for 27, and then 9, and then 8. So I'm kind of trying to drop it off, hoping that it won't kind of sustain, but
It looks like you need a log stand. Okay,
Melissa, if we didn't join the GIC, what would that chart look like?
It's added to $5 million to that number and then go about 10-15%. Because the GIC, we save 5 million going in, but then the rates every year were like 4, 5, you know, in some cases even lower than that. So
Okay.
we have the benefit of being in a large pool.
Okay,
Whereas when we were by ourselves, you know, we would maybe see a good year for a rate increase if we switched providers and got it for that 1 year, but then
Yeah.
they're gonna catch it up at some point.
okay. Good decision.
Yeah, although the only thing is that, you know, when we joined, the rules around group health were different. And so we have an 83-17% premium share split, where if we had waited a few years and then joined, we wouldn't have needed to do that. So, we're almost paying a little bit more than we could have, but, you know, hindsight is 20/20. We can go on to the next slide. So then this just shows the OPEB funding plan. You know, we need 500 of free cash in fiscal 25. We grow, operating revenue by 250,000 every year. And then assess, from some special revenue funds, CDBG being one of them. So that's the current projection for OPEB. We can go on to the next slide. Pension. So this just shows our schedule. The only change from this year to last year is that we were able to roll on a rate of return and keep the schedule the same, which is great. For fiscal 26, that means $2.8 million increase. So then we can go to the next slide. I've used this slide to kind of illustrate the impact of benefits on just our overall revenue growth. So I took what we usually get out of the top 2.5 piece of the levy going up, and then applied the benefit budget against it, so you can see that how much, like in fiscal 26, benefits consume 70% of what we would be getting out of the top 2.5. And then you can see that it kind of varies year to year, and then it drops in 2030, and that is just because our schedule is changing in 2030 once we start to become fully funded.
So that means that the little peak on the top has to fund all the other increases in expenses, union contracts, inflation, the whole, everything else has to come out of that little.
Yeah.
Okay, this is why God created override.
And by the way, that includes the 2.5%, not the,
Not new growth and not other revenue growth, but just to kind of illustrate how much benefits
Mhm.
does kind of consume the overall budget picture. You know, it's, you know, over $4 million, of growth in fiscal 26. And this is also the point of the presentation where we remind people that, you know, we really ideally want to take some additional capacity from paying off pensions and direct that to OPEBs, because that is also another huge unfunded liability. No current mandate to do that, but we think that it's sound practice given that, so we can go on to the next slide. So, a component of the forecast is also the CIP. I do have a separate presentation on the CIP, which hopefully won't take as long. And it will be more fun to talk about projects, but this just kind of provides some highlights from what you will see in the presentation. We have our 6.6% policy, which provides $1.6 million, to support the CIP. Then we also have some new debt service coming online for Los Anderson, Inglewood Park, traffic signal, and then obviously the debt solutions are also coming online as well. Some new projects that we'll be talking about, kind of to David's point about kind of new unforeseen, new usable grounds was pulled forward into the plan. I actually visited the site over the summer, and it's definitely at a point where we can't really wait any longer to make those improvements. So that got pulled into the plan. And then, in the out years, we've got some work around, Los Anderson, the Davis Path footbridge, and then also Washington Street. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide. Not appropriated, so these are the things that we grumble about because we can't really control them. They kind of,
Can we
get off the top.
Can we go back one
Sure.
second?
Yep.
Can we go back to the fire stations for a second? So
Sure.
I had a in-depth conversation with the chief about fire station restoration, you know, the redoing them. And there's gonna be a period of time where, you know, a fire station is being redone. We're taking costs for that, but the companies won't be there. And so I assume that, I don't know how much it costs to operate a fire station, but I assume that we would get some savings out of one less building to heat and cool electrifying, all that. I don't know how much that is, but I assume it would help us a little bit.
Right, so we, Charlie worked very closely with Charlie Simmons.
Yeah.
And on the timing of those projects, when we expect the building to come online, what the estimate is provide, usually the engineers that work the project provide us an estimate of what we can be assuming for utilities. So that work is continuing and, you know, as we understand the timing of when the fire stations will be taken online, we'll adjust to the utility, projections based on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can go on. So non-appropriated, these are things that are taken right off the top of the cherry sheet, MBTA assessment being the largest, followed by our county assessment as well. We are hearing some grumblings about, the county and the retirement, assessment that may, actually impact the number that we have right now. But right now, we're kind of assuming a 2% increase in all of these accounts as well. Our overlay is our tax reserve, and then we have, cherry sheet offsets, which actually goes to support the library as well. So we can go ahead and go on to the next slide. So this is our current gap in terms of, expenditures and revenues. It's closing the gap in 2030 is just related to the pension schedule. And you can see that, you know, this is a continual problem that we have where our revenue is not enough to meet our expenditure growth. We can go on to the next slide. So then sanitation is kind of an added layer on top of what we're talking about because we are looking to change the way that the model is currently working, kind of using outside contractors to provide the service. There's a large cost associated with that, but we also feel that the operations are at a point where we may not have a choice because it's becoming extremely hard to fill all these positions and keep the services going. So, we are wanting to kind of have continued discussions with the Townsend Partnership. We're looking at potentially raising revenue to offset some of the increase that we're seeing, for sanitation costs. And, we feel that that revenue needs to support the operations and we're directly to offset the growth in costs. We're also going to be reducing some FTEs. So we also wanted to advocate for that reduction to help offset some of the increases that we're seeing in these costs. We are looking at potential credit for equipment and trying to decide whether or not that's something that we also want to kind of take one time and then realize that we're going to have to figure it out in 27. And then obviously, you know, status quo is likely unable to kind of provide the services that we need. We would likely be forced to kind of put together an emergency contract if we can't provide the services that we're still struggling to kind of fill the slots.
Right. So, just to make sure that it's explicit, what we're saying is that if we increase fees in sanitation, that increase, the totality of the increase should go to the town operating budget before.
That's what we would recommend, that the fees would directly offset the growth in the.
Whereas previously, if we had increased those fees, they would be split 50/50.
Was it, could that, I know we've done enterprise accounts, for that, can you do that with
We
sanitation?
can, I think that the, you know, we still have a general fund subsidy. So, you know, typically what we try and do is have the revenue support, 75% of the operations, and then the general fund is still providing a 25% subsidy. We've talked about that with Aaron, and Lincoln, I think, has had some experience with enterprise funds. Doesn't sound like it might be worth the squeeze, but it is something that we're, you know, continuing to talk about.
Can I ask what, Lincoln, why is it not worth the squeeze?
Well, I mean, to Melissa's point, I think the operating budget, the fact that there's an operating subsidy, I think is one factor, right? So because typically when you're looking at an enterprise fund, it is self-contained. So, for example, the two enterprise funds that we have now, water, sewer, and golf, are self-contained. But we could, you know, we could do it. I also think it's that in my experience, particularly with respect to the sanitation, it's a little bit more difficult because the costs of disposal vary in a way that, for example, water and sewer don't when we're part of the MWRA. So if you have a large increase in hauling costs year to year, which, you know, certainly Mr. Shute is, you know, more knowledgeable about, you know, those big variations, but those are typical where you have this kind of variation. The ratepayers can experience that same fluctuation, much more through an enterprise fund because of the subsidies.
But you can have an enterprise fund and still subsidize it. But the nice thing about an enterprise fund is it would bring direct clarity about what how much it's costing us and how much we're able to fund through the operation for sanitation. And then, of course, maybe we do have to, but if we could move to a point where, you know, through contract negotiations and also fees, we'd have some balance. In that. It's just a thought, rather than it's kind of, we don't really know right now. You guys know, but the rest of us don't.
I would just add that from an operational perspective, I think we have talked about this with the commissioner a little bit, and as it stands right now, to keep sanitation going, they're pulling employees from other divisions of DPW. So there's some benefit to having sanitation.
There's a service enhancement for the.
Within the DPW. Yeah, exactly. You know, the troubles they face with filling vacancies and putting people on trucks would be twofold or greater.
Well, but once you move to the new model, you wouldn't have that issue.
But you have to assume the cost of whatever it would take to get that many, have that many positions and have them filled that you don't have right now. You know what I
Well,
mean?
but the model, Charlie, I'm sorry, the model that I understand wouldn't be dependent upon staff, right? The model is different.
Oh, right. I hear what you're saying. So you're suggesting an enterprise fund with private collection, not an enterprise fund doing what we're doing now.
Yes.
Got it.
That's what I think. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, so then just to kind of, talk a little bit about some of if you go to the next slide. So, the top is kind of, you know, some increases that we're seeing with the status quo. This is kind of just overall increases that would be needing to be absorbed as part of the existing deficit. On top of that, you know, there's a $300,000 increase in, capital that we would need to fund, because the equipment's about to be in need of refreshment. And we had talked about, you know, when we first bought this equipment, we allowed the DPW capital outlay number to grow, and then we brought it back down once the payments were made. So that's kind of a cost pressure that would be happening regardless of whether or not, you know, we were, changing the model. And then we have some, under the private collection model, some of the additional costs, but then there are, you know, what we would see coming from a rate increase, employee reduction and estimate of benefit savings. And then we likely would get a credit, for the equipment that we do have that is in good condition. So, you know, we do think that there is an additional cost that will be added to the deficit, but we think that we would be seeing some form of growth in either direction, whatever path we ended up going down. So that the numbers are pretty close, that we probably see maybe a $200,000 shift in projected expenses.
Let me ask a question first. I just want to make the point that, reduction in 9 full-time equivalents is not loss of jobs, right?
That's our intent, is to make sure that they can shift to other open positions that we would.
And if we're gonna push this on the town, that's an important fact. David?
I see the footnote about the potential expansion request for 300,000 of leased capital equipment. Has there been any thought into purchasing the equipment instead? Because that's the type of line item where one-time funds do make sense.
Yes, well, you're stealing our thunder. The next slide we'll talk about. That is something that we are considering because, you know, obviously what we've been getting for lease costs have changed. So as we're looking at areas to try and help close this gap, which is pretty substantial, both town and school, you know, these are some of the things that we're talking about. You know, we grow our OPEB funding by $250,000. That's coming from operating revenue, that is recurring. We could level fund it to provide a little bit of relief. How long we want to do that, that's something that we could talk about. Refuse fee, we just talked about, you know, we didn't have a refuse increase this past year. We're definitely going to need one next year in order to help with the growth that we're seeing in sanitation. We did buy some equipment with the last iteration of ARPA that we could pull out of the operating budget in 26 to provide some relief. Not something that we really want to do because we know we're going to need to build that back in, but it is on the list of options that we have. You know, override commitments, we are in year 3 of the override. Do we need to take a pause on full implementation of some of the things that we need to do, especially if we're looking to reduce other areas of the budget that might be more of a priority for the board, something that we need to think about. You know, that's also the question about capital. You know, we could pull back on capital. 6.6% of operating revenue is funding our CIP. Given that we have a strong free tax certification, maybe we can pull back on that, provide a little bit of relief. Maybe we can pull our capital outlay, put it into the CIP. These are kind of things that we've been talking around. But then also knowing that most of our expenditures are in personnel, so we need to consider, looking to reduce current positions, potentially we're looking at vacancies currently. We're looking at potentially a hiring freeze to help maybe free up some additional, vacancies as well. Because this is a pretty substantial number that we're trying to manage right now.
When we talk about, reducing the override commitments, I mean, one of the things that, as a board, we've been very committed to is making sure that our salary for, non-union level management get to the median. And, with that's a commitment that personally, at least, I would be really unhappy to lose. And I wonder what commitments, can you give us some sense of what commitments might be so far?
So, I mean, I think we need to talk about, kind of growth that we normally apply to override funded, accounts. So,
Okay.
We've got our repair maintenance that grows annually, we have our, safety services that grow. Whether or not we can kind of level fund some of those things, or, whether or not the override money can go to those accounts, so that's.
All right, but we're not talking about the salary line.
I think we're pretty much almost done with the salary study.
Yeah, that's
so
what- that
I think
makes
that,
sense, yeah.
we probably won't
Yeah.
have any activity in 26, but I think we're in a good place with what we've been able to achieve with what we have.
But those salary increases that came from the override.
Yeah.
Are now built into those.
That's right. Yeah,
So
no,
if I
agree
just,
with that.
I'm gonna maybe reinforce a little bit what you said, you talked about salaries, but, I think we need to be very careful about setting an expectation with the public, with the voters, that when they approve an operating override, that this is what they're gonna get.
Yeah.
And, when we change that, just remember that I believe that unless you have a really, really good reason and they agree, you're gonna break trust.
Yep.
And when you ask them again, they're gonna go, I don't know, can I count on it? So I think we need to be very, very careful about how we use the funds or reallocate funds from the operating override. We should not, we should be very careful.
Right. No, I agree. Right, so that is the end of the forecast presentation. The CIP is next. So if you need a break, we can do that now, or if you want to keep rolling.
So it's 10:12, so, your presentation is gonna be how long?
I don't think it will take that long, because we've talked a lot about some of it. I don't know.
Before,
Half an hour?
before, after lunch, that's it.
I think.
Well, no, we have to do it now, but.
Right, I think we'll
The question is
probably
whether
take
we
maybe
need-
another half an hour to go through the next
Okay.
presentation. If we, I think if we keep rolling at a certain.
Yeah, we just had a break, unless someone needs to,
And notes is beginning to talk faster than she was before.
The pressure's on.
Two different, presentations.
Work
But this
experience
is
to fill it.
half-
By the way, Melissa, this was very, very helpful. I wish I had it a couple days before.
I know.
I know
we're still-
I know
we're
it's
still
difficult,
finishing
but,
up
You know,
everything,
it's
so.
very difficult to sort of go, for me anyway, to, sort of learn the stuff as I'm going along. Don't have a chance to think about it, look into my files and see what.
You should have spent longer on the advisory.
And I want to say,
Okay.
last night at the comprehensive plan steering committee meeting, everything was printed on big paper.
Mhm.
This
Big
is,
size.
this, no, but it was actually readable. They used maybe 11 by 17. It was big paper
Yeah.
that just made it usable. If we could do these charts and stuff,
There are people who wear glasses.
well, even with the glasses, I can't see.
Yeah, I should bring my reading glasses.
So I did blow up some of it, Paul, but not all of it.
What's that?
I did blow up some of it.
No, but you know what I'm saying.
I
It's not a
know.
criticism. It's just, if there's an opportunity, it could be a little bit more expensive on bigger paper, but
So, we can go ahead and go to the first slide. This is a quote about, the importance of capital planning from the ICMA. You can keep moving forward, use the next one. So our CIP is a $222.6 million 6-year plan, getting us from fiscal 26 to 31. Just some highlights, we've got, a lot of money coming for, traffic time, bike access improvements, street rehabilitation, Obviously, the Washington Street, rehabilitation and Deep Streets program is, ongoing, and we're continuing with design. The construction is going to be starting in, approximately 28 to 29. And then I'll continuing kind of the regular funding that we have for our parks and our infrastructure and our IT. We go on to the next one. So these are some of the major projects, fire apparatus rehab. We have a schedule for refurbishment of our fire equipment, depending on if it's a ladder or an engine, so we have that plugged into the plan. We have, water and sewer improvements of about $33 million. We talked already about Lincoln School grounds. Another large, park, renovation project, $6.5 million, is the school, athletic field. Obviously that's a pretty large investment there as well. And then picking up.
Before you go, first
Paul has a quick question. So the footbridge, that we are working, I don't see it on the list here.
We'll get to it.
We're gonna get to, okay.
Could you explain Driggs Park and what
So we,
that's gonna be a lake. So I wonder,
It was.
So-
I know it was, but
town meeting already funded the design, so this is the construction of the improvements based on that.
okay, it's gonna deal with the, water situation.
I think that's part of the finish that as well, yeah. So then we can go on, so these are kind of the ongoing recurring projects that we had in the CIP. We had taken a pause on, roof and masonry work, given the staffing issues in the building department. But now that's coming back online, kind of full throttle. And we've got investments in, life safety, HVAC, fire alarm, kind of the bread and butter of our CIP.
A quick question, Melissa. The Washington Street rehab complete streets, that 39.6 million, isn't a large portion of that gonna be underwritten by other funds, or is that our portion?
Nope, when we get to the slide, we'll.
Okay,
we'll
thank
point that out. So then you can see, this is, investment in schools, which is a little misleading because it is county on schools. You know, it is a work that is done both by the building department and, mostly by the building department. You can see, we've got a lot of great investment for HVAC equipment. We'll be able to put a lot of money towards elevator renovations, $1.1 million. That's kind of the benefit of the enhanced free cash number. Another good thing that we were able to do under life safety is, Charlie had requested an emergency generator, so about $650,000. We were able to pull that forward in the plan, so that's kind of another benefit of having a strong free cash number.
Where is that going?
I'm not sure where about going. I think it's, kind of town. I have to ask him specifically where that's gonna be, but, we were able, he had requested it in the out years, but we were able to accommodate it,
Right.
in the plan. So.
I just wondering what it will support.
Melissa, what's classroom capacity now?
So those are the leases at the temple, for the schools.
Will be,
Yeah.
why did I think they were gonna consolidate into another?
So got rid of, Marty.
So they have been reduced over the years, so that Clark Road obviously has rolled off,
Yeah.
but they still have two that are remaining that are, part of it.
Okay. Thank you.
And by the way, the generator is gonna be at one of the schools or?
I'll have to clarify that with Charlie, because I don't recall, where it's going. The next, area is investing in the park. So you can see, the new Lincoln School grounds, the 970 that's coming in for design, and then $4.8 million in the bond funded school project there. In the out years, you can see the school grounds, you can see they've worked at the Riverway Park, Juniper Street, playground is another area in the out years as well, and then obviously additional investment in Mars as well. Keep rolling to the next one. This just shows the fire apparatus, rehab replacement schedule. In the further out years, we do have 3 pieces of equipment that will be needing replacement to an estimate currently of about $1.2 million, but that's beyond 2031, so that's kind of in the out years of the debt plan. And then in fiscal 31, you can see that we're looking to do a whole change of the breathing apparatus replacement program for the fire department at $1.25 million.
A quick question, Melissa.
Sure.
I mean, Bernard, I'm sorry, Bernard, may I ask a question? You only do this to me, by the way, you don't do that to them. A ladder truck for South Brookline has been brought up over and over, and I had a long conversation with the chief, he's not here, but, about, while the fire stations are being refurbished, actually having a ladder truck is gonna be closer, just the way things are gonna be shut down and rebuilt. But eventually, it's likely that we're gonna need a ladder truck in South Brookline. If we build a taller building up in, Chestnut Hill West, we've got, quite a bit of development going on in Hancock Village. I don't see that anywhere, here, and it's not even on the list of considerations. When do we start having a serious conversation about fire coverage, company ladder truck in South Brookline?
So I would think that the chief would recommend a study that we would use that
Okay.
then help us provide the data to support that, like
Okay.
person. Because I think that's part of what we don't
Yeah.
have, is data to support. We have a lot of anecdotal discussion about what's needed.
Yeah.
But I think we need, hard data, and we'll learn a lot from the renovations as well in terms of coverage.
And from a timing perspective, knowing that the renovations are happening, and he said that there would be some coverage because of that. What would be the lead time for a study to be completed in order to get something into the CIP?
I would have to talk to the chief.
Okay, I think we need to start having that serious conversation about when to begin that, because I know it's a concern for everybody, and it's a concern for his, that eventually we're gonna need it, just the question is when.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, go on to the next one. So this is mostly DPW, so we have our transportation project, new project that wasn't in the plan, I'm trying to flag these to you, $500,000 for Vision Zero Action Plan, priority segments, design and implementation. Enhanced funding for bike access, continuation of the parking meter replacement program, school street pedestrian bike safety lighting program, and then obviously we have, our street rehab, boosted with override funds, but then also additional funding, to support that as well. The David Craft Woodward, is that what you were asking? about,
Yes.
Paul, so
Yep.
we've got, 13.5 million currently assumed. If we get a grant, that will provide some relief that we won't need to fully borrow for that. And then Washington Street, you can see that there's $29 million with C, means that it's, either state or federal funds.
Yeah.
So we're assuming a $29 million match coming from the state. The $4 million that you see in the out years in fiscal 29, that's actually the piece of Washington Street that we agreed that we were gonna renovate without, state participation. So that will kind of come after the state work is done. We'll complete the rest of the remaining, roadway as well.
Yeah, going back to the Davis Path footbridge, is that 13.5 the estimate of what it would cost for us at this point to build it, or is that our portion of it?
No, that's the full amount, and so if we get a grant, then we can reduce what we're currently projecting, for debt service costs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, and then we have, it's fine, just, continued investment in water and sewer, water system improvements and wastewater system improvements, we do that. So this is just a reminder of our funding policy for the CIP, amended most recently at the last board retreat to, account for the additional override funding that is supporting the CIP. So what used to be the 7.5% policy is now the 8.1% policy. So 6.6 of that is coming from the operating revenue, and then we are using free cash to get to 8.1%. And then within that 6.6%, we want our debt finance to be somewhere around 4.5%, and then the tax finance, the revenue, CIP to be 2.1%, and then free cash is part of that, so, $2 billion. So, this is kind of what we're translating, that policy into. So we've got 22.3 million of revenue finance CIP. Tax finance is at $7.7 million. Free cash, 14.6 is the recommendation. I am holding back on allocating about 2 million of that into the plan until we kind of have a little bit more discussion with the board about potential options to help kind of provide operating relief. That if we were, I haven't kind of allocated to specific projects in case the board kind of wanted to talk about potentially providing a little bit of relief to the operating budget. So then we can go in there. So then this is our debt finance portion of the CIP. 14.7 is non-debt exclusion related. 29.2 is specifically debt exclusion related, which you saw the slide in the earlier presentation that kind of itemized all of those payments. And then enterprise funds about 2.7.
I'm really sorry, you're just going real fast.
Yeah, I know.
I know. Could you go back a slide for a second? This kind of speaks to John's question. Revenue finance of 22.3 million for the CIP, right?
Mhm.
The revenue portion, and tax finance is 7.7. So that's coming out of the That's coming out of the tax levy.
Correct. It's going to be operating budget.
It's coming from the operating budget.
But it represents the, debt service, but,
No,
Sure.
so the tax finance piece can be both debt and cash projects.
Do you know the breakout for that?
The next five half of it.
Mike,
14.7 is coming from the 6.6% policy.
okay. Mike, okay.
Sorry, prior slide. The free cash finance, the number didn't ring a bell for me, so going back to slide 15 and the free cash slide in the prior presentation, it's two pieces, capital improvements, coming out of free cash, and then additional CIP.
Yep, those two together.
That comes up to the board.
I'm gonna be really dense, Bernardo, sorry. 'Cause this is
This is
important,
dense
but
stuff.
this is important. And again, I'm going back to, John, you raised this point about where does money come from? And I'm not advocating for this, I'm just literally asking a question, an option, so please don't read into, I have some objective here, just to understand it. So the tax finance of 7.7 million.
Yep.
If we needed to fund this isn't one-time money, this is from the tax law.
Correct.
Okay, so this,
In a budget year that we have had, tough decisions to make,
Yeah.
we pulled back the lever.
okay.
And then said, 2 years from now, we're gonna
Yes,
bring it
okay,
back to where it was.
so, and again, it's just so I understand where our choices are in
Yeah.
the future. There is a lever here where we could reduce the 7.7
Yeah.
to fund our operations, and it would not violate our principle of not using one-time money for operations.
Right, we would, it's recurring revenue, but with the expectation that we're gonna wanna build it back in.
I understand,
Yeah.
but this, just, it's really important. This 7.7 million tax finance for the CIP
yeah.
is a lever that we could pull to help close the operating gap.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So then this is similar to, what Lincoln presented earlier about the allocation of free cash. I will say that I did amend, this slide, and then I didn't double back on the forecast because I have additional money going to the liability fund. It doesn't change the numbers all that dramatically different. Essentially, it's the same as what, Lincoln presented earlier. So we can go on to the next slide. This is just another way of illustrating the policy, so you can see the 6% or 6.6% provides 22.5 million, of which 14.8 is debt service, and then 7.7 is cash. And then free cash gets layered on top of that. So instead of the 8.1, which is the policy target, we're actually at 10.9% of prior year net revenue. And then when you layer the debt exclusions on top of that, it's 16.9.
Can I go back one more question, Bernard?
Sure.
So going back, I'm gonna stay on this for a minute.
Yep.
So the 7.7 million, do we know that, they're separate? Is it possible, because I know there's a choice, but there's a bunch of also school projects in there, right, in the CIP, right? So, I mean, literally, if we were gonna try to look at that number seriously, not saying we should, but if we did, we would basically be going into the CIP and saying, which items do we want to defer?
Well, except that I have not allocated 2 million yet. So
Okay,
I've given you a little bit of wiggle room. You're not necessarily cutting projects at this point.
okay. So, there's 2 million wiggle room.
Correct.
After 2 million, then you'd be cutting budget.
Well, sorry.
And is that 2 million for the unanticipated needs?
For these decisions. So whether or not we wanted to pull a lever and do this, whether or not we want to take some capital outlay, move it into the CIP, there's capacity there to do that. We're talking about that potentially with some of the bigger pieces in DPW, whether or not it's time to shift.
The breathing room is the 2 million. After that, we're cutting into the CIP.
Correct.
Okay,
But do we have an actual figure for unanticipated? So for instance, last year, the schools for, I think it was the first time in a decade or so, had requested a reserve fund transfer at the end of the fiscal year due to some unpaid tuitions and some other issues that arose. So is there a number that's budgeted as sort of a minimum that we want to hold on to for those type of situations?
Yep, so we have a reserve fund, and so the reserve fund has a target of 1% of prior year net revenue.
All right, but it's just a reserve fund. It's not anything from the free cash.
That is funded, so 75% of the funding for the reserve fund is coming from the operating budget, and then 25% of it is coming from free cash. So there's a few, go back to the free cash slide, which I think.
Especially in, yeah, there you
So
go.
so the 853, that's free cash supporting the 25% of funding for the.
Right.
Somewhere, yeah, so this is just a summary of the components of the CIP project and what piece is coming from property tax, what piece is coming from free cash. What is bond finance, what is potential, grants from the state, and then obviously we have our enterprise funds that are also supporting projects as well. And then you can see the pie chart of it. So then keep going. And for the audience at home, we will be posting all these materials, online. So you can look at them in more detail. I know there's a lot of people that are eagerly awaiting a preliminary CIP. And I'm looking to make an appointment with the advisory committee to also go through this again in more detail as well. So then the next one is just a breakout of, the category, whether it be a facility repair, infrastructure, obviously 60%, that shows the strong support that we have for the roadway work. And then parks and open space is another, breakout component as well. This just shows our debt plan, and so, this is what we're anticipating in terms of our, borrowing schedule. So you can see that, this spring, Lincoln and I will be borrowing for Large, Amory, Woodland Road, and then also the two debt exclusion projects as well. And then you can see, throughout the plan, the other projects that we're anticipating, and then the timing of when we're, looking to bring those on as well. Keep going. These are the debt exclusion projects, and the timing of those cycles as well, the remaining funds. Another illustration of how the 6.6% policy works, the balance between debt and cash. So as you borrow more, there's less available in cash. But it's kind of capped, so it doesn't really kind of overall kind of self-contained within that number. So we're gonna keep going. This is just another illustration that shows our debt service as a percentage of revenue. And then all the benefits down below there as well. And I believe that might be the last slide in the presentation. So I don't know, did I stick on the time?
Good.
Questions
Yeah,
too.
Paul?
Melissa, and Michael will appreciate this because he was in business for a long time. You are our chief financial officer.
You bet.
And a good chief financial officer, knows how to plan for unexpected, create reserves so that we have choices. And I just want to recognize the remarkable job that you're doing. I mean, I don't know if you changed the presentation from last year, but these charts, pictorial graphs that show how things are funding is brilliant. It's really, really helpful, for me, for the way that I like to see stuff. But, I just want to recognize how important what you're doing is for us and the options that you give us. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree. And thank you, Lincoln. And Charlie.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think the combination of the three people, we have, Charlie hasn't been, Charlie's stuff is obviously in here, but Lincoln's presentation, we never had something like that from the town, from the town treasurer before, so.
Okay, John?
Yeah, I really, we don't want to prolong this, and my question is somewhat just the definition of it. But when I see it, I'm talking about the pie chart that explains CIP funding by source, and I only see 22% funded through the property tax, and then 14% funded through free cash. Kind of gets me back to, what do we mean by free cash? I mean, ultimately, free cash comes out of the property tax revenues, right? So I just want people, I always bridle at the notion that people think there's some aspect of our funding and stuff that doesn't come out of their pockets.
It's not free.
And you can also see in the out years how I'm not building a high free cash number into the plan, because I would rather add projects than pull projects away. So kind of setting an expectation.
As Paul says, the CFO does that.
Okay, any other discussion, questions?
Yes, just one more. So going back again to the unanticipated. So you mentioned the 1% from prior net year revenue, but that's for liability reserve. So that's
Reserve fund has the same target.
okay.
Okay. Break for lunch.
Thank you.
Okay, we are
Sorry
back.
about the confusion on our notice, first of all. I didn't do my QC on that job, so then, I am not a robot. I just fix everything.
Anyway, so what, are you introducing yourself? or what?
There was this is a notified all legal trust from the scheme, to do some input and installation. Unfortunately, the notice that was given to the butters listed the wrong date. And so, yes, we cannot proceed. So what we brought, so that we don't have to waste your time and their time, is we have the opportunity to present to you any questions you may have, concerns. If there are members of the public that wish to be heard who are here and have the right time, by all means. But then we'll continue the hearing to the 17th. So that we go from there.
We'll have the hearing, but it
Yes.
wouldn't be a hearing.
Well, I mean, we could start, technically, you could start it in the event that there is someone online who wants.
I guess I wouldn't call it a hearing.
Okay,
Before you start, I want to read a statement that, I was going to read at the beginning of the meeting, but I wanted to make sure that Chad didn't have any comments. Because I want to make sure that I didn't say anything that can get a larger target on my back than already is on it. Okay. And this has to do with immigration issues. And I'm not going to read the whole statement, but Tiffany, if you could post it on our webpage, that'd be great. And Chad's going to give it to Ned. So, like I said, basically just summarize it. But start off by saying because the select board is not outside of a posted meeting and issuing this important statement on my own behalf as chair of the select board, I'm confident that its sentiments are shared by other members of the select board who may issue their own statements to the extent my comments do not reflect their own thinking. And I'm making this statement now to give assurances to the many residents who have expressed concern for the welfare of our town when the next presidential administration comes to power in DC. And just to summarize what, the rest of the statement, in it, I urge the select board to reaffirm and republish the statement of the select board that we made on February 7, 2017. Which is a commitment to be welcoming to all people who come to Brookline and provide them all legal protections regardless of their immigration status. I also refer to General Order Number 43, titled Federal Immigration Enforcement, as representing the town's ongoing commitment to resist any attempt to commandeer our local public service agencies and resources for federal immigration enforcement, which does not prevent us from arresting and dealing with serious criminals. I urge or I indicate that we are going to vote at our next meeting on an amendment to General Order 43 to address issues of immigration raids that may be used to round up immigrants and refugees here in Brookline, and the role the police department should play in not providing support or allowing ICE or whoever to commandeer the resources of our town for that purpose. But at the same time to provide safety type support to people who may be around a raid. And then I urge the select board to commit to providing protections to all persons in Brookline with respect to impending decisions by the federal government with respect to health services, including women's health and reproductive care, and women's right to privacy concerning their reproductive health status. And I further urge the select board to provide all necessary protection to the LGBTQ community, both with respect to misinformation or other things coming down from the federal government, or with respect to threats from private individuals who may be thinking they're acting in alignment with new federal policies with respect to LGBTQ people, particularly transgender people. And then mention that we'll further protect and safeguard our community from those who preach hate or threaten to carry out or commit acts of violence against any person in Brookline, which is to say that what we've always been doing when the threat, the police department gets involved and provide support, both in person support as well as training to help institutions maintain their safety. And then in conclusion, I say as a safe and uncertain future, we understand the fear felt by certain members of our community. Those individuals should know that the select board and the town of Brookline will take all necessary steps to protect them. The select board will also ensure that General Order 43 as amended and all future policies that are designed to ensure the safety and security of our residents and those persons temporarily visiting or passing through Brookline will be vigorously enforced. So that statement of mine that is issued to give people some assurance that we are aware of potential threats that may be coming down from the federal government after January 20th, and we will take whatever measures we can take to ensure people's safety and ensure that our values and the procedures that we have with respect to, for example, immigrants and refugees are carried out. So, asking Tiffany to post that on our webpage, and other select board members can make their statements and contradict or agree with me as they see fit. But that's my statement. Yes, Sam.
Is there not some action that actually requires a vote of the board having to do with language that exists currently that might not totally conform to what you just described and that we might need to revise?
Well, we're going to vote next week on the amendment to General Order 43, and that has to do with immigration raids.
Yeah.
So that's what we'll be voting on. I did mention that.
And is the proposed language of the amendment in your statement?
That was in our packet. No, it's not. So that was in our packet last week.
And that was really narrow. I mean, there's a little bit of history there, John. In 2000, I think it was 2005, town meeting voted a resolution in support. It wasn't, and then in 2016, 17, town meeting took another vote, and then the select board at that time actually issued a statement that was consistent with that vote of town meeting. And I think this board should consider, confirming or, that similar type of sentiment that was done in 2017. I appreciate your statement, but I think as a board, we should.
And that's why I asked. That's why I urged.
That's all I have my question, if I may. But my recollection is at a prior meeting, there was language involving the policies and procedures of the police that we were being asked to vote on.
Right.
And there was not a, we weren't ready, but we weren't ready to vote those changes. So we are going to, at some point, look at those changes and take a vote on those changes. The city council in Boston, I happen to note this the other day, they passed a resolution dealing with much the same circumstances this year. And the distinction they drew, which I thought might be a useful one, is that there will be no cooperation on matters of civil law, civil procedure, but that as in the past, there would be cooperation in the case of criminal enforcement. And are we making that distinction?
In my statement, I make that statement.
Yeah.
And I think that in General Order 43, that distinction is there. That if there's a arrest warrant, or probable cause to make an arrest of someone committing a serious criminal violation, we'll do it.
Yeah. Is there action?
And even if that means, turning them over to ICE.
Yeah. And is there action we need to take to make clear that that's the distinction we're drawing in terms of our role as police commissioners vis-a-vis the actions of the police department?
Fair.
So we'll talk about this on the 17th in more detail. Yes, the way that the new General Order 43 is positioned, there's no major changes in policy there. It's that keep individuals that are subject to civil detainers only will not be kept solely because of a request from the federal government to honor that civil detainment.
Yeah.
If they are being held on criminal charges, if they are being held pursuant to a subpoena or a federal warrant or any of those things, then there's no discretion. We're required to hold that person in the market. Yeah, but if the only thing, if, for example, someone, the traffic offense is briefly detained, there's a question about whether, I don't think it could come up, but if for some reason, you know, you run, the federal government said, hey, would you hold this person for a couple days so we can come pick them up? The answer would be no, he hasn't done anything wrong. That warrants us to do this one.
David? I'm sorry.
Have we received input from the police department on this? I didn't have.
I think, I just want to say before we keep going, this is not noticed on our agenda. I don't think.
We have
Are
some
we-
people ready to talk to us. I think we
Are we
should-
bouncing out a little bit of what's publicly noticed?
This is just a
Are we
statement
deliberating?
that-
No, for you it's a
that
statement.
goes into- Yeah.
Well, yeah, it sounds like we're starting to deliberate.
Let's hold it, hold that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank
Trying to get us out of trouble.
Okay,
All right.
moving right along. So next, noise bylaw waiver, you're gonna give some background on this, related to the, installation of, a crane at the Pier School, which, will be a pretty noisy, operation, but must be done.
It's a lot simpler than that and a lot less, disruptive. My name's Andy Duchesne, I'm, with Luffield, I'm the Orange Party manager. And we've got, Bill and Alex. Alex over there. But Bill's the superintendent, he can describe what the activity is gonna be.
Yeah, so we have to mobilize, it's a very large car reach excavator. Which we need in order to safely demolish the building, you know, given the height of the building and where the machine needs to get to and kind of how that building is situated. So that excavator has to be assembled on site with 2 lives to go over the road, so it's actually broken down into components and it's shipped over the road and assembled on site. There's only one component of that machine, one railroad that has to be shipped between the hours of 1 AM and 6 AM for DOT and permitted transport. So that's all really we're asking for is that sometime between 4 and 6 AM, that truck will arrive on site and will pull inside our gate. We'll shut off the engine and won't do anything until 7 AM, which then we're on the standard work hours. And at that point, the equipment that will be used to erect this excavator and, you know, the remaining truck load with equipment that can come over the road, we don't work hours, we'll start to arrive on site. But at that point, everything will happen inside of the construction.
And so is the truck gonna be able to pull in, direct, or is it gonna have to back up?
It should be able to pull direct, coming down School Street, it'll get that first meeting.
I was asking questions I knew the answer to.
Yeah.
But, the point is, so basically, we're pulling a big truck in onto the site and trying to,
And that truck, has a 90 decibel possible, noise level?
No,
That's
the
what the
overall
material.
operation of assembling the equipment,
Pardon?
the overall operation of assembling the equipment can be, but not it's more about the hours.
Okay.
That will work, and it's just that it has to be off the road by 6 AM, they'll have to arrive.
Okay. Well,
But the assembly of the equipment is gonna happen after 7 AM. You're basically saying, we may make some noise between 4 and 6. Construction related noise of bringing the thing in, opening the gates, running the truck and parking it. That's the extent of what you're asking for to be done during for the noise bylaw waiver.
correct.
so you're saying that the 4 to 6 period is gonna be up to 90 decibels, even though it's just a card?
It shouldn't be, but we want to cover out the.
Okay.
The original thought was.
Another noise bylaw that we're questioning the reason for.
Right. The original thought was there could potentially be more activity going on just in terms of getting it assembled, starting when it arrives on site. But since then, the plan has changed slightly, so no assembly can happen until after that. So.
Okay. Mike?
So I have no problem with any of it, but I guess it's more a matter of curiosity. What is the issue with having that vehicle off the road by 6 AM?
It's because it's an oversized load, it's a permanent transport, so
Okay.
DOT would, you know, stipulate the hours in which that can go over the road.
Okay, and it's an oversized load such that it's coming off of the turnpike or something like that
Yeah.
to the Brookline.
Right.
So
it'll be a
you've
per-
navigated this, looked at the streets and made sure you're not gonna take down any trees or anything like that.
Yeah, we have a defined in our CNP, we have a defined document, which, you know.
Right.
Considers any oversized load.
Yeah. Okay.
This is a well, it's not a public hearing because we haven't noticed it, but,
No.
I think if you let people,
It's noticed in the, agenda, so we should probably proceed as a public hearing. It's just that the notice to the abutters, didn't have the right date. So if there's anyone online,
Yeah.
we should let them.
okay, so this is a public hearing, that we will continue next week, but, is there anyone online who'd like to speak?
If there's anyone online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature to speak on this noise bylaw with the request. Okay, there's 16 participants online and no one wishes to speak at this time.
Okay, then I'll close the hearing and, we will see you next week, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay, next, we have a discussion of a revenues and expenditures study committee. Chad,
Yes.
let us know what you're talking about there.
So, in your packets, you have a memorandum, talking about.
So was that not package last night? I didn't see it.
It's in item
Yeah.
B, it's in public in the agenda.
I know what it is.
Well, I'm just saying it's in the agenda.
The study committee charge. Draft study committee charge is, under item E. So basically, when we met, over the summer and in the fall, we had some initial conversations about this. Which was, Brookline tends to run on a 3-year fiscal cycle evaluating the revenues and expenditures. There is this concern about, what we heard about this morning, a structural deficit, in which our fixed costs grow faster than our fixed costs grow faster than our revenues can grow. And that's partly a product of Prop 2.5, partly a product of just what our revenue sources are and where they come from. But what Brookline has done to deal with that issue as a matter of historic practice is roughly every 3 years, Brookline has gone to the voters and asked to cover that gap by means of a permanent increase in tax levy. This is what an override is, a permanent increase to the amount of money that the town can tax beyond what's allowed by Prop 2. So but the other thing that the town has done in the past is to make sure that that's really necessary and to determine the scope of such an increase is to convene a committee to talk about it. And the last two committees, the 2017 committee, which met into 2018, and then the 2022 working group, which met into 23. The ambit of that discussion varied in both of those groups. In the 2022 working group, it was really heavily focused on the override itself, and the work took about 4 months. In 2017, there was a broader report that was issued at the end of the work. 2018 talked about comparison of Brookline and other communities, the unmet needs of the community at the time, what that money would be used for. That work was around 6 months. But given that we are now entering the 3rd year, next year we'll be entering the 3rd year of the override cycle that was authorized by the voters in 2022. Your directive to us as staff over the course of the summer and the fall was to start the process earlier and have it be more comprehensive. Look in more detail at what our sources of revenues are, where our expenditures are, what savings we can realize, what efficiencies we can realize in the budget to control for wherever we can, and only then, if necessary, proceed to analyze the contours of what an operating override would look like and what it would go against. In order to do that, you need more time. The other thing that I think will be appropriate here is that if this committee can finish its work by September, that dovetails nicely into the process for FY27, which would be the first year of any potentially new operating override were to be necessary. So that at the very beginning of the process, you could be saying to the community, here's the no override scenario, here is the override scenario, as opposed to, where the override questions were kind of finalized last time, which was relatively late in the budget process. And there was kind of an assumption in those budget processes that you better pass, or there's gonna be, the consequences are gonna be significant. In order to give the public more confidence about the nature of any request to them, it'd be better to have that ready to go at the start of FY 27, so that we can very clearly lay out to folks, here's where the need is, here will be the consequences, here's what we would do if we didn't get it, and here's what we do if we would. But in order to get there and give people the confidence that we really looked at every option for raising revenues and reducing expenditures, you can see the broad sort of draft charge that we produced here on page 2 of the memo, talking about what it is that this committee would do. I would recommend that it be a committee, a public committee rather than a working group. Again, that tends to inspire more confidence. Obviously, working groups, smaller working groups can be carved out of a larger committee. There are limitations to that, new limitations to that under the Attorney General's guidance for the open meeting law, but that doesn't mean that we can, small efforts to bring work back to the larger group. But again, having that work be done in a public setting, with the conversation between the public, I think would be important to generate confidence in the final product. So that's where what you have before you is a draft charge and a draft proposed committee membership. We welcome any thoughts you may have, proposed edits. If you're ready to vote it through, we're happy to take it. Otherwise, you can take it back and edit it and hopefully bring it back to your agenda next week.
Mike?
So, I've been involved in the 2017, 2018 override committee, which was, I was thinking to myself, should I say that it was a disaster? But it wasn't a disaster, but it was a very messy conclusion. And that was why a working group was put together, staff and volunteers was put together for the 2024, 2023, 2024. And so my concern is that we not end up with another messy process. Prior to that, 2014, 2015, we had an override study committee that was, they really made to use the phrase that one of my English friends used to use, they really made a meal out of it. They spent a great deal of time looking in great deal of detail at, and perhaps unnecessarily so. And so there needs to be some kind of balance and looking at the charge, it looks pretty good, but I think it's really important to set some kind of sort of boundaries around what you can go here, but you don't need to go over here, you don't need to go over there. Otherwise, you do have something that a task will expand to meet the boundaries allowed. Well,
Yeah, so, with a lot that makes sense, but maybe one difference. First, we've been talking a bit about this. I've been advocating for this. I think Mike has been advocating for this. I think you've perfectly captured the issues, Chaz, in the way that you do so well. That was raised through multiple discussions, I think, starting in the summer, about creating such a committee. In the charge, I think I really like the charge that you wrote. I like the makeup. I'm going to differ a little bit with Mike. I do think that this should be a public body and not a work group for the reasons that you said. We're going to, this is going to be a tough sell, and we're going to need the support of the public. And I think the public meeting of the body, deliberating with the public's participation, is going to be really important to build that confidence. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't have staff support that can be busy doing the work behind the scenes to take direction from the committee if more research needs to be done and analysis. But I would really strongly advocate for this being
no problem with that.
A public body. And I like the benchmarking piece that you've added here. The comparative piece, I think, is really important. I think stating that we really need to evaluate our operating expenditures. I think that's a really important piece. People want to know that they're getting the most value of what they're already giving, before they get asked for more. I like the committee membership. I'd be curious about how we pick the 4 community members? Is that a vote of the select board? What, is that what you were thinking the select board would appoint?
Select board will ultimately vote, but I think it's important to,
Make sure it's balanced.
To Mike's point, is to really, that's why I have the rules and the chair and vice chair, to really conduct that.
Okay.
To the select board,
Yeah.
I don't think we want a process where people are jockeying publicly for positions.
Right, it can't be political, it would be, mistake. So I really just want to say thanks, you did a great job with this, and, I feel pretty good about it.
I really like the charge as well. One modification though that I would want to make is the size of the group. I actually think the membership should be a little bigger. Traditionally, I think that these committees have been larger. Also, given that the charge is more expansive than prior ones, I worry about whether 7 people is too small a group to undertake such a significant workload. Also, I worry about whether 4 community members can truly, quote, balance the various interests of the community. So my recommendation would be to double that number, have a group of 11 with 8 community members appointed.
I believe in 2017, number was 9. In 2022, the number was 7. 11 might be a little unusual. We're happy to, again, it's support. 9 is possible.
Then maybe we settle on 9, but I think 7's a little small.
I just, Paul, I just want to make sure you understand that my caution is not around whether it's a public committee or not. I haven't got any, in fact, I agree. It needs to be public committee. What I'm concerned about is that public committees have a tendency to wander somewhat. And I think it's really important that we define in this what we want them to do, but also what they don't need to do.
So, can I respond?
Yeah.
So, I currently chair a rather large committee that
Yeah,
has a
right.
potential of being unwieldy. And one of the things that helps us greatly is we have a consultant assisting us in driving the process. And that, I don't know if we have funds for such a thing, Chaz, but if we were able to reach out to a third party that could help facilitate and drive the process, maybe do much of the analysis that we're talking about, so that staff is going to be pretty burdened if they're getting thrown a lot of things. But potentially that's one way to balance this issue, is to bring in some expertise that can assist in this endeavor.
That's a good point. We'll take that back into discussion. I don't think that has been done before, but there's no reason why. That's not an impediment to do it. Let us talk to each other from time to time. I think it's always the tough thing about, you've got the wealth of experience with this budget, and you don't want to have to bring someone in and retrain and bring them into the old, but also, I think it's the best thing we're talking about,
Dedicated support and process.
We'll talk about it.
Thank you again for the work, and as others have stated, it seems to fulfill the requirements that they've made, so they'll do this kind of a study. At the same time, I just want to flag that it's, on the one hand, I asked a question at the previous, prior meeting as to whether this is an overall study committee, and I thought the answer was it's not the same thing as an overall study committee. It seems to me to be much the same thing as an overall study committee, and that's not a bad thing. It's just that I do think we have to be upfront with people if we're essentially saying this is a committee, whose primary responsibility will be to determine if we're going to need an override on the ballot in May of 2027. And that seems to be the bottom line of the work of this committee. And in that regard, I just want to flag also, we had a couple of committees that were not the same thing as override study committees, but were very focused intentionally on the big picture questions of how to improve upon the town's ability to anticipate and deal with funding needs and changes in revenue expectations, but also changes in trends in terms of cost of government. DFAC was one, FPAC was the other. So, I hope that the committee in its work will kind of keep in mind the focus here, and make sure that they don't wander off into potentially duplicating the work of DFAC or the work of FPAC. And also not duplicating, the good work of prior override study committees, that whenever you have an override study committee, it kind of starts with a core, of problems that are continuing in the local government and continuing as a result of Prop 2.5 that don't need to be restated every time, we reach the third year in a cycle where we can no longer sustain, our budgets without there being an override. But instead focus on things that are, maybe different, that didn't exist the last time there were override study committees, and things that, are within the realm of, feasibility, given the changed circumstances of the town and the changed expectations of the town's residents as to what they want from government and how much they're willing to pay for it.
We had a couple feedback.
Sure.
We're gonna take this back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start with one more, we'll increase it to 9 members. That's what we're probably at. The other thing there's always is getting form, you
Yeah.
get to 11 and you're at 6. That's then you get into a really bad problem. But yes, we will, we'll take this back with this feedback, we'll keep it a little bit, and we'll bring it back to you on the 17th.
I don't know whether I'm sorry to just jump in, but I'm not sure we have, consensus on the board as to whether it should be a study committee or a,
We're gonna go back and express that,
yeah.
bring some ideas back to justification for one or the other.
What's the action?
Well,
The whole
meeting.
committee.
Or
have to
staff,
be in
okay,
public or,
okay.
What would be the purpose of it being a, working group type?
So that's what we had in 22, maybe 2022, 2023 stuff. I will say, I think that practice worked well, in the sense that we were very much constrained by time because of the turnover in my position and the turnover in the finance director position. We didn't have a lot of, and the turnover in Charlie's position. Everyone except Melissa turned over in fall of 2022.
That's why we're still around.
Yes, you're very right. But as a result of that, the foundational work that needed to be done in terms of, do we need an override? What are we looking at here? What are the terms and conditions? It all had to be compressed into a very tight timeline. And it really was staff driven primarily by, the needs that we had established in the pandemic, but also, what we were hearing from the community. A lot of the 2022 override was about, on the town side, shoring up services that the community had indicated through town meeting elsewhere that it wanted us to provide. Like, forestry planning, or like, the, increased resources for roadways, $2 million for roads. All that came through that feedback process, and we were able to quickly synthesize that information. That was a plus. That group pre-assumed we needed an override. It ran down the list of wants and needs. It calculated how much the community was willing to support, and it put the question on the ballot. Or you put the question on the ballot, but they put the content of the question in front of you. And just, I think even with the, you may remember that it was pure override. There was an add-on question about composting that failed, but not very many votes, but it did. And I think that allowed the community to kind of say, okay, we want this, the core services, but we're not in a space where we want to be adding a nice thing. So.
Let me just mention one thing before you go on that. Unlike the override study committee, this is an ongoing committee. And I think that that's a key difference in terms of whether it should be, subject to the open meeting law and all that versus a working group. And the override study committee in their work and they go away. This committee, presumably, as I understand it, is going to be an ongoing committee.
So you would like kind of more of a broader.
I thought that was what you were talking about.
I thought we were talking about more, the scope of the work would expand, but not necessarily that the mandated committee would expand and pass. It was more of a review of, like a present sense review and a set of recommendations, broader than just assuming, well, we need an override, how big should the override be? But if your thought is more, I would need to have a standing committee, we can absolutely work on that.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, because there's so many issues beyond just override, that we're dealing with. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mike.
So I'll comment on that, but let me just say, I commented earlier that the 2017 override study committee was a mess. Well, the reason it was a mess was that it started off primarily focusing on what was needed for the school. And it, looked broadly at town affairs, but the items that were put on to the town were put on very hastily. And at the end, with honestly, having been a member of that committee, I will say that we did not do a good job at all in vetting those. Okay, we had good staff advice, and we came out with appropriate additions, but it was very poorly done from a process perspective. So that's my hesitation about a public committee, but it's more a matter of explaining to a public committee what didn't work so that it does a proper job this time around. As far as an ongoing committee goes, we have an advisory committee. That should be their job, it seems to me, is to be looking forward. They have a long-term planning subcommittee. Occasionally it's actually gets together and tries to do some of that work, but it does seem to me like we'd be duplicating an effort if we did that. That's my thought.
And I think, that a committee that's going to meet their specific objective or timeframe, doesn't preclude it from being public. Yeah, your committee's public, my committee's public. And I think, we could always, at the end of that, take what comes out of that, some learning, and say, well, we'd actually like to continue and call you something else. And, if you chose to do so. And I would still, I think we can learn from the past and make it affect the public committee without, I think if you make it an ongoing committee, they may want to boil the ocean. I'm not sure.
I would also endorse making it a public committee, especially given that if the ultimate recommendation is that there should be an override on the ballot, being a public committee will be helpful because people would be able to follow that process, that rationale, provide input in either direction, frankly, because people are feeling the pinch now. So I think we need to have community participation, at least on that level, being able to watch the meetings.
John?
I'm still, I have not made up my mind whether I think it would be a better process if it were a working group or a publicly open meeting or committee. I just want to mention that it was my understanding from the beginning that this was to be a time certain sort of a committee with a goal, not an ongoing. Yeah, maybe we just had.
No, I think that was my mistake.
Oh, okay. And if it's helpful to point out, the 2013, excuse me, I'm going to say, 2013, 2014, override study committee, eventually produced a report of 134 pages. I mean, these study committees, depending on who's on them and depending on the circumstances, it can be a very, very involved process with a lot of analysis, essentially laying out in very specific terms the parameters of the dilemma that we face today when we saw, we have the fixed budget and the projection for, continuing gaps in the out years. So I think we should be very kind of focused as to what we expect from this committee and help them to avoid dissipation of effort. 2013, 2014 wasn't all that long ago. And some of the things that the previous meeting surfaced might not need resurfacing, this soon. But there are other things that I think that the current committee in the present context could add to that work that has been done by past committees.
But I didn't get this in the packet, and I didn't get it all, so,
The chart.
The chart.
Yeah.
Yes, if it's not in the packet by the afternoon, I don't have time to do it, but, at the end of the work though, maybe it would make sense for the committee to give some direction to the advisory committee, what the future, issues that, should be looked at are, because although the advisory committee does have a long-term planning subcommittee, I never hear anything about it.
Right,
I mean, I do, but it's not, it's just that.
it needs to have some energy put behind it if it's going to, it needs to be doing something on a sustained basis. Otherwise, you would be right, that there should be a sustained effort along these lines, but it seems to me like that's the right place there.
Any further, do you have guidance? I think that in terms of public versus, or open meeting type, committee versus a working group, I sense the consensus is that it should be open.
Yeah.
One objection, or one hesitancy.
Yeah, that's all right.
Hesitancy.
You can always, you can always continue the discussion on that. Right now, we'll take this back. We have to talk about membership, talk about shaping some of the contours of the charge, talk about things that haven't been covered, that's changed between now and the last several overrides that we can, thinking through how to focus the argument, focus the, objective. And that's what I'll do.
And if people agree, I'd also like to include in the chart is that they, provide some guidance to the advisory committee with respect to issues that they've identified
Yeah.
that have more long-term
Yeah.
Impact.
Absolutely. Okay.
Does anyone disagree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come back to you on the 17th.
Okay, good. Okay, next, I see, and Garth is in the audience here, live. So, human resources policy discussion, continuation of, discussion started last week.
So I know that, Paul had sent some, questions. And, I followed up with Chaz, who sent back, responses, and then I received something, last night around record keeping and reporting. I don't know if you want to start with the existing policy as you received it. If there are questions there, and then get into the other pieces.
Well, I think I'm the one that triggered, this, maybe giving a pause because it was a little tough to read the red line, version, and we had fonts and stuff changes, which I appreciate you taking out all that, and, which made reviewing the change in the policy really helpful to me. And I raised 3 questions. And if it's okay, and can I run through what they were and kind of where?
It's your meeting.
Yeah, okay, so,
It's my meeting, but you can do it.
I mean, I can probably get there quick. So the first question I had was, the policy actually, talks about, making a reasonable accommodation. Someone can ask for a reasonable accommodation. And the definition was taken out, and I worried a little bit about that because if it was taken out, you're leaving it to the discretion of others as to what the reasonable accommodation could be, without any boundaries. So I did raise that question. And I guess Ann or Chaz, the response to my question was that it was removed from the policy, but it's in a separate place. It's separate from this policy. Is there a reasonable accommodation definition somewhere in our policies that this policy would reference?
So reasonable accommodation is defined by federal and state law.
Okay.
And so if someone reaches out to us, requesting reasonable accommodation, or we receive information that might trigger an inquiry, to an employee for reasonable accommodation, we do reach out to them and engage in an interactive process, whether that's at the new hire stage or a continuing employee stage. And from there, you know, set up meetings for them, get information to their providers on their job description and their tasks and things like that. And then we have that conversation with them and their department to see what tasks they're looking for an accommodation for. And so we go through that with them, but the definition itself is sourced from federal.
Okay, so it is, so we're referencing federal and state law. So I guess the only suggestion I would say is that I'm happy to have that taken out, since you're saying it goes, we may want to make it a capitalized term or a footnote that says where, you know,
Reference.
by reference, right? Just so what the reference is, so people know, especially the public.
Yeah, as defined in federal law.
Yeah.
And no specific reference.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, then, so my second, I then had questions about timing. So there was an elimination of, the investigatory process shall be completed within 30 days of the dates of it started. And I was concerned that we eliminated any, time frame, from it, which I was just concerned that, you know, if there's no expectation that things would go on forever. And I know we don't want that to happen. It's not our intent. And I'm just curious that if we don't want 30 days, could we make it 120 days, or is there some upper end so that, you know, people feel that they at least understand what the town is going to do to get back to them in a certain time frame, even if it's exaggerated? I just felt like eliminating it completely seemed a little too far for me.
So I understand your concern. What we have found in having this reviewed by outside counsel is that eliminating the timeframe that we have in our protocols increased our communication with both the complainant and the respondents, so that they're getting periodic updates if it is going beyond, it is going for an extended period of time. And what we are seeing is we will have, I'll call it one complaint.
Yeah.
But there might be anywhere from 5 to 15 allegations that have to be investigated in that one complaint and investigation.
So the policy, what you eliminated time frame, it says it will be done as soon as practicable, right? Is practicable a defined term, or is there a standard for
As
that?
soon as possible.
As
It's a
soon as-
longer word for possible.
All right, I'm not, I think the explanation is fine. It's just, if I'm the person who's submitting something, I guess as practicable would be okay. And then, so I'm okay with it. And the last one I had was, why eliminate a time frame that the final report would be issued in once the decision has been made? It was 10 business days, and we just took that out. Again, what if I'm someone who is the person who's submitting the complaint? What expectation are you setting with me that I can actually say, I'd like the final report, and you have not met your obligation to give it to me within a reasonable time frame?
So, the complainant, the respondents, witnesses do not receive the full report. They receive a summary,
Okay,
and, that full report is limited to Chaz, and where it needs to go to outside counsel. Due to, personnel matters and employee privacy, they get an anonymized summary to say, you know, you made the complaint and the follow-up.
Right.
And so, that's the summary. If we're talking about publishing.
no, let me
producing a
rephrase.
report.
Basically, what we said was, what we eliminated was the final confidential investigatory report shall be issued within 10 business days of the completion of the investigation. That was the sentence that I was talking about. I assume that was back to the complainant, but maybe not. I'm just wondering. And again, I'm putting myself in the shoes of someone who went through this, who took the risk of actually filling this thing out, went through the entire process, and now the thing has come to its conclusion. And I want to get my hands on whatever it is that you're going to deliver to me as defined by this policy, and you've taken out a commitment as to when that's going to happen.
Sure.
It could take a year, it could take 3 years, you know?
That's extreme.
I agree.
I would say that's, even in our most complex cases. We haven't gotten to that point. If we go from if you assess the conclusion of the investigation at the end of interviewing witnesses, respondents, and gathering, information as the conclusion of the investigation, it is not possible, given the complexity of the cases that we're seeing, to complete a report within 10 days, have it reviewed by outside counsel and sent to Chad. That's why we're doing
So here my concern, I don't have a problem that you changed it from 10 days. I have a problem that you just eliminated any expectation that you delivered in a time frame, right? You just took it out, and that's the question.
Why can't you say 30 days is subject to extension of, there's a good
We
reason?
run into the same challenge that we did with having the 30 days for the investigation. And we did have this reviewed externally.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this, I understand the concern here, but this is causing more problems, right? Because it was just creating this backlog of paperwork from people that they were done, because there would be inevitably things that would connect one thing to another. There would just be this sense of like, well, is this portion of the investigation done? Why can't we release this or something else to go live? It just becomes then a matter of you're creating a larger, you're just creating a lot kind of larger morass, or for these investigations, which become increasingly complex. What this does is it says it's got to be released to the practical. If there is a concern that the investigation is done and the town is sitting, then they should file a complaint.
So Judge, just a quick challenge, if this does not say as soon as practical, you took it out.
So that this is within 10 days.
Yeah, you took out within 10 days.
Yeah.
We could put the same practicable language in.
Put something in.
Exactly, exactly
So I'm
what.
gonna put ditto.
Ditto.
Yeah. I think I know, it's risky with 4 lawyers in the room to say that, but there are times when you have to listen to your attorney and then do what, modify things very slightly to deal with the real world.
So with those, I am pleased to say I'm good.
And by the way, this doesn't have, it's not subject to negotiation with any of the unions.
That is correct.
But David is concerned about that.
Yes. So I didn't see anything in here about record keeping, and also I think it's beneficial to us as a body to be able to have sort of an annual review by category. What are the complaints that have come in? How have they been resolved? Which reports were substantiated? Which were unsubstantiated? That helps us as a board gain an understanding for certain trends that are developing, certain professional developments that perhaps should be run.
I can address that since it came in late last night. The document that we're working on that I'm asking you to approve today, with the amendments, is a policy for employees. The reporting piece that you referenced, the first part talks about the available for parties, for a minimum period of time. We are subject to the municipal record retention schedule, so that's already covered there. And then the annual reports, if we're looking to augment what CDICR and the diversity office already does, and have that be a more formal reporting similar to our employee updates, as far as who exits and who enters. We can add that to our reporting schedule, but putting reporting requirements in the policy itself makes it dual purpose as opposed to providing it for the intended.
I think it'd be good if you could do that, and in such a format that the board really focuses on it, because, we get the police complaint report, and, I look at it, nothing really stands out, but, we don't really focus on it and think about, is there something here that we should, fix?
Would you like it fiscal year or calendar year?
Both maybe not.
July or January, but
I think it makes more sense for fiscal. So in the language I proposed would be in June. And by the way, a lot of this language I took from the discrimination policy that I mostly wrote for the school department. And council seemed to like that, but I'm not sure why we can't add this in the policy. I worry that if we have it floating around for CDICR and all these different places, that it's still going to be unclear. And the policy doesn't say it's just for employees. And actually, even within,
Residents and,
right, it's for residents. It also says for non-employees, independent contractors, vendors. This is for everybody. So I think it should be in here.
So there's already reporting that's required under the CDICR bylaw that both Lloyd and I worked on together as far as, complaints that we might handle jointly or one's passed off to the other. Lloyd and I can sit down and make sure that those, metrics are included in that reporting, so that we're not duplicating efforts, but it's in one place to your.
So are you suggesting that we not add a annual reporting, or you're saying that, but you already have the information and you'll just?
Lloyd and I work together, so you get that information.
So we can
on the harassment policy as well as the CDICR.
But David's advocating to add language. Are you suggesting we add the language or not add the
I'm
language?
suggesting that we do not add it.
I just worry if it's not a requirement, it's not going to actually happen.
I'm inclined to.
Sometimes it's a requirement.
That's most of the time.
There's that. I think the really important thing is the data is just somewhere either the IDPR or elsewhere. The important thing is to look at it, and responding to your comment about the police and the police report, you're absolutely right that we get this massive data, and there is neither on the part of, well, it's not quite there, because the chief now, I think, does a better job of trying to figure out what this says to them. But in the past, I can recall having the chief come and give you all of this stuff without any conclusions from it. What does this all mean?
By the way, I think there's so much two different things.
No, I appreciate
The
that.
annual report, and please call it biannual, whatever. And the summary of complaints that you receive through the complaint process.
We don't
And
actually.
the new, what's it called? The new, complaint box that has that's what we set up. Yeah.
I mean, I think after hearing the three different points here, I know there's a desire from the board, and I have it, I did have, to have regularly expected information on metrics and, right, things that are happening, and they're all scattered and buried throughout various policies. Maybe what we should do, instead of adding it to this specific policy, why don't we develop a policy for the board that talks about the types of things we want to have on a regular basis, and the types of, the type of information and when, and then it will be in one place.
Yeah.
And if it's not working, we can tweak it rather than have it going into the individual policies.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things that we do when departments deliver their report to you as part of the process, which is why I think having this in quickly is good.
Yeah.
So maybe what we do is we stand out the memo that we send to departments historically, and we try to present, material for the budget, which is also the opportunity we have to talk about, what are your metrics? What are you looking for? And, at the juncture that we develop that memo to send out, I'd like then with the board, and we have a discussion about what specific, not just what your metrics set, but when we talk about other things that you want to hear from the department. So information that you need in order to have a better sense of what's going on. And so we can have that deep dive, because that makes sense to have it in a central place, so that all the time are aware of. Generally, what it is that you want, and then for specific departments, specific, follow up on, we can have that as well.
I think that all makes sense, absolutely. I think it's really important to put in bold type the reporting on employee turnover, on complaints of this sort, and so forth, because taken together, those kinds of metrics tell us what's going on that we might under the surface that we might otherwise not see.
Right, and that's why, I'm sorry, thank you. If we put one reporting requirement in here, you wouldn't put employee turnover in here, that would be weird. I think the aggregate is probably whether it's in the annual request for the department heads or it's separate, doesn't matter to me, but I think aggregates actually would be really helpful.
I do have several other questions.
Okay, go ahead.
So on the second page of the policy, under policy statement, second paragraph, first line, which says the town of Brookline is also committed to ensuring equitable participation for individuals of all backgrounds, all this daily operations, consistent with state and federal civil rights laws. Would you be okay with adding in front of consistent with state and federal civil rights laws at a minimum? And the reason why I think that phrase is important is otherwise we're negating all the changes of this policy, because protected classes and characteristics as the town is defining it is a little more expansive than what state and federal defines it as. And if we're saying consistent with state and federal, then we're basically saying ignore the rest of our policy.
So do you want to just put consistent with town, state, and federal civil rights laws?
So I think you're saying at a minimum.
No, so after the comma, in all of its daily operations, comma, at a minimum, consistent with state, and we can go beyond the minimum. I think that's important because otherwise we could ignore everything else.
Particularly when we may see a decline in federal,
Right. Then the last paragraph on that same page where we're talking about, let's see, that any of the divisions that this policy applies to the select board, represented and unrepresented employees, volunteers, interns, etc. We don't mention here the vendors and independent contractors, non-employees who get mentioned in later. So I might want to include them in this section. Right, be consistent. Another question I have there, we mentioned the various departments and how this policy does not apply to the school departments. Where do libraries stand? Because libraries have a board of trustees, but are they?
There's still a town entity for tax and organization purposes.
All right. On the next page, the section, this policy has 4 general aims. Number 4, the language to hold responsible and discipline. To me, to hold accountable sounds a little better. Responsible with a different connotation. I don't know if others agree on this. Don't have super strong feelings on it, just a question about word choice. Then under prohibited discrimination, I see that criminal record was added as something that we can't quote unquote discriminate against. But if somebody commits a crime while they're an employee here, are we trying to say that we can't take any actions against them? I think we would want to be able to. Otherwise, what's the point of query checks and doing those updates if we're saying we can't treat them differently? I think, of course, we would want to treat them differently, but we really want that as a class.
So let me start with the first question and the specific question. To hold responsible is not a change in language. If you want to go with accountable, this is more because it is a policy purpose as opposed to getting into legalities. Even responsible is a something that predated me. So I leave that to discuss. As far as criminal record goes, depending on the job that someone's applying for, so for discrimination, if it happens to be higher, it depends obviously on the type of employment. If you're a police officer and you have a criminal record is one thing versus someone who might have an old OUI or an OUI that is working in public works. And so criminal record is to make sure that that's listed there so that folks aren't looking to discriminate on criminal record prior to offer in particular. And then we do run with our DPW employees, we do run follow-up queries every 3 years, but we don't run follow-up queries on other folks. Many of the collective bargaining agreements require that if someone has been arrested or charged, they need to inform either HR or their department. So,
but if we're saying that we can't discriminate based on criminal record, that's not just impacting the hiring fees. It's also for some of these follow-up checks that they're saying every 3 years. So if something happened in that interim 3-year period, I would think this language is saying, well, you can't use that against them. That worries me.
There's looking at criminal record. And then there's illegally using criminal record to make a decision. So if there is language either in a particular policy or a job description or a union contract that defines that if you have an active quarry or an open quarry that you can't be considered for employment. DPW goes into schools, so we make sure that we're running a higher level quarry. But it's a protected, class, and so that's why we list it.
I think I get David's concern with linguistic. But I think to Ann's point, like, it's discrimination on the basis of having a criminal record, right? It's banning the box. That's which Massachusetts fairly reasonable. The idea that, people with criminal records need not apply, to any position. It's discrimination just on the basis of solely having it. If you have a criminal record that prevents you from doing a specific job, or if you commit a crime in such a way that makes it untenable for you to be in the position, then yes, as your employer, we have to do that. We have to do big action. But merely because someone has a criminal record, if someone was arrested for simple possession 10 years ago and tell them you can't apply for this job that has nothing to do with whether or not you ever should drugs, that's not right.
Well,
Yeah, so I guess I'm a little confused about it, Chad, because and I'm not sure the distinction between a query and a criminal record, but if you have a position, if it's a driving position and you find that a year ago they had a DUI and ended up with a record, are you able to consider that as part of the hiring process?
Yeah.
If you could.
Yeah.
That's not what this says. And if there was a person that's going to be dealing with youth or children or seniors and they have a record of abuse.
The quarry policy,
Yeah.
this is the harassment policy, not the quarry process that we run for new hires.
Okay.
And so they're different.
Okay.
We look at.
But renewal of employment.
There is no renewal.
Well,
of employment.
Well, if you're
saying you're doing follow-up
Follow-up
checks
checks.
on DPW employees.
Because it's in their contract that we're able to run them for DPW employees, every 3 years.
if someone wanted to change jobs within the town and they wanted to go from one department to another. And the query check that you did, maybe something came up. I don't fully understand the distinction between criminal record and query, but they were able to be hired for that position. But then to move to another position, you may trigger this check again. Would you not be able to consider a criminal record for that?
only where it's relevant.
Well, only where it's relevant and, there's specific, statutory timeframes and classes of offenses.
Yeah.
So for example, if, someone is not required to have a driver's license and they have, an OUI that is more than 3 years old, it is closed, we can consider them for a position that is a promotion that doesn't require them to have a driver's license. We can also consider them for a position that requires them to have a driver's license if it is over a certain amount of time. There's all kinds of
Yeah.
timeframes.
Okay.
And if we want to do sort of a deep dive into that, I'm welcome
No, I'm
to
not
do that, but,
suggesting that.
Mainly, we don't want to allow criminal records to be a pretext for something else, right? We really don't want to hire you because you're a woman or you're black, and we'll use the criminal record as excuse.
Well, it's even deeper than that, more fundamental. People with criminal records, unless it has some bearing on your ability to do your job,
Yeah,
your criminal record shouldn't be restricted. That's what this says.
But I would suggest changing the wording a bit, because just calling it criminal record, I think it does leave it to a somewhat subjective determination of what would be discriminating based on the record or not. If the idea is not discriminating on the basis of a criminal record in and of itself, and that it depends on further details, I would certainly agree with that. But I worry about this being misconstrued as, hey, how come you're firing me now when I picked up this charge. It says in the policy, you can't discriminate on criminal record.
Disqualifying from the record that you want to refer to.
Yes.
So if that.
I'm not, I think we're conflating two things. I
Okay.
think we're conflating hiring and promotion practices with harassment, discrimination, retaliation policy. Because there are procedures for hiring and promotion and what are considered.
I think they're
That's-
extremely, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
And criminal record is, while I understand your concern about the lack of clarity, it is, applied based on the situation itself. So these are the categories. And someone could come in and say, okay, I was discriminated against because someone found out I had a criminal record. I was hired because I met the qualifications to be hired, but I had a criminal record, and somebody in my division or whatever else, called me a jailbird or did whatever else, or didn't promote me because they had an understanding that I had a criminal record. But those assessments are done by HR. They're not done by the hiring managers. So this is the list of, adverse or hostile treatment. And it's situational. I don't know how to clarify this for you, aside from putting a really long definition in there.
The reason I think it could matter is I see this as highly relevant to discrimination, harassment, and certainly the retaliation part. Because if somebody's going to be terminated after they've already been hired based on a change in their criminal record, and they then point to this policy, well, you're now retaliating against me based on criminal record, and all it says is criminal record, they might have a case, and I don't know why we would want to open ourselves up to that.
I struggle with how to solve for that problem, right? Because I would say that's, we're not discriminating against you because you have a criminal record. We're discriminating against you because you committed a crime that has an impact on your ability to do your job.
Well, but it's not about what our intent is, it's how they could use it. I think it's what David is saying, is to defend against it, right?
Now you've got 5 lawyers.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, so.
Dan's a lawyer, I'm a lawyer, Bernard's a lawyer, David's a lawyer.
Joe's online.
Huh?
Joe's online.
Joe's online.
Okay. And I'm gonna need a lawyer if I don't leave and pick up my children. So
That's a different kind of lawyer.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Continue to next.
I'll quote the term disqualifying one more time, and then I'll be quiet because I'm not.
I would agree with yours. But I think I'd be more comfortable with that personally.
So,
you have a problem with that, Ann?
I'm still struggling with,
You want
I
to
guess, splitting hairs on this.
Pardon?
I said, I'm struggling with splitting hairs on this, as far as,
That's what the law is, right?
it is, but this is a policy, and, where we go to apply it, the folks who have a concern with it, it's a very narrow application, and it's very prescriptive by PGIS at the state on how it's construed. We don't have a box on our application. We don't ask, about, queries ahead or criminal records ahead of offers of employment. In fact, all of that isn't even done by hiring managers. It's only done by HR. So
What was the impetus for adding this in?
because it's in the list under state law and EEOC.
That's it.
And
By the way,
they listed that simply as criminal record.
so I think the consensus is we need to bring this back next week. You have a problem with that?
Well, you can keep going down the list if we're going to about this.
Yes, I have a little more.
Okay,
but-
you have
but
more,
less
I'm gonna.
controversial. On the next page, under workplace impact section.
Yeah.
I would recommend adding, discrimination based on protected classes as described herein. Again, to address my same concern from the, first page, where there's the potential lack of consistency with state and federal law, focusing at a minimum.
So this paragraph is directly below the list of protected classes under the category of discrimination.
Yes. All right, as long as you think that someone's not going to misconstrue that as referring to state and federal protected classes. And then page 7. The paragraph, supervisors are prohibited from engaging in a dating, romantic, etc. I'm wondering if we could add supervisors or anyone acting in a supervisory role. The supervisor might refer to a specific title, but there may be times where someone has others working below them, and I would think we would want that applicable to those scenarios as well.
I can add it, but supervisor is defined in state and federal law as someone who has authority over someone else, whether temporary or permanent.
Names or whatever. Are you leaving too much?
No, temporarily, I'll be right back. Unless you're gonna have a vote right now. in which case-
No, I think we have to bring this back, so I would like to get a sense of, what it is that, we're going to discuss next time.
Well, what more is there to discuss? It sounded like we agreed on, almost, there was a bit of a discussion on the criminal record part, but everything else seems to be
Yeah.
good.
Well, the criminal record part is a pretty big thing. You seem to think it's important. So that and, anything else in your list? Okay. Paul thinks we can do it next week.
Since we have Joe on, can we maybe hear from Joe about the criminal record part, his thoughts?
Joe, are you there? Think so. Yeah, good time.
But if that's the,
Well, what is the consensus of the remaining members of the board? Bring it back next week or tell Paul we're gonna vote now?
I mean, if the, if you're saying that the state guidance is defined is just okay with criminal record, then my suggestion would be to at least somewhere have an explanation of that, because the average employee may not know. So if it's part of an employee handbook or somewhere where they can have
we
a,
don't have an employee handbook for very specific reasons.
or part of some kind of training,
Mhm.
but so that employees are, can better understand what that means.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like Joe is on now.
They're hanging in listening to that conversation, so.
He did ask, can you clarify the question, but, which I think was related to criminal record and whether that should be listed or not.
That's the process.
Uh-huh.
So the question's essentially, should criminal record, just that term alone, be included at the protected class? And my concern is that if somebody who we are already employing picks up a charge that alters his or her criminal record, would we then be essentially prohibited from using that against the employee?
Oh, he's sorry, this was my fault. He's on the phone as well. I'm unmuting you now.
Good afternoon.
Hello?
Sorry, I'm joining you by phone. Can you hear me?
Joe, you're unmuted,
Hello?
but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
We
We can
You
hear
can
you
hear me
now.
now? Okay, sorry about that. I'm joining you by phone. I had a tradesman here, so I'm away from my work from home schedule. So if I understood the question, it's if we're can you repeat the question? I'm not sure how criminal status is dealing with the harassment prevention policy.
Because criminal record is now being listed as a protected class with which we can't harass or retaliate on that basis. But couldn't it be argued that it's retaliation to then terminate someone based on their criminal record? if we have that listed as a category that we can't retaliate against.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So, you know, it's not a question that we can ask to bring them on board. So under your scenario, it seemed like it would be a situation where we found out that they had a criminal record and they're a current employee. And then upon discovery of the criminal record, you know, the manager is suggesting terminating the employee. Is that your scenario?
Right. And
Yeah, I would
understand
not recommend
You wouldn't recommend what?
that we discipline or terminate an employee in that situation based merely on the discovery that then now, you know, have a criminal record unless it's some like safety, you know, sensitive type of situation, like they can't be around children, they're a police officer or, you know, that type of stuff. But if it was a typical office worker or a library employee or a DPW employee, merely because they have a criminal record that we weren't allowed to inquire about onboarding, but then figure out once they're on, you would need more to then discipline them or terminate them merely because of the existence of a criminal record.
I understand merely on the existence of, but if it's related to what they do in their job, would they have an argument that this would be a violation of the retaliation policy?
No. So for example, you know, if they were a teacher, you know, and then they had some type of, offense related to that, then it would be like a bona fide occupational qualification as opposed to, you know, just retaliating them based on the statute. But that's why I said like safety positions or like public safety, you know, fire, police, schools, rec, you know, maybe some of the library positions where, you know, you can't have like a convicted sex offender around children. That would be a bona fide occupational qualification that we would say that, you know, you couldn't have this job. You wouldn't be allowed to have this job. So now that we've discovered it, we have to terminate you. You're not a qualified individual under these circumstances. But that wouldn't be true necessarily for, you know, DPW employee, an office worker in town hall, something like that.
Thank you. What do you think?
Well, I don't want to further hold up voting the policy. It sounded like the other suggestions were incorporated.
Yeah.
And that there's enough support for them and that it's somewhat time sensitive. So I'd be okay with voting for them.
Okay, Tiffany, could you see if you can let Paul know that we're going to vote on it anyway? I need to tell you asking. Okay, any other discussions? No. I move approval of the, what are you calling it? Policy against discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. We're calling it harassment policy?
Well, that was the short one.
Okay. I move approval of the revisions to the policy against discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. All in favor, please indicate by the hand.
Can I just add a friendly amendment subject to today's modification?
Oh, I'm sorry. John Van Stoya.
Aye.
Michael Fernman.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And Chair votes aye.
Thank you. for your
Okay,
feedback
thank
and
you.
your support.
Thank you. And that concludes our meeting. So unless there's anything else that you want to talk about, or are there people in the audience who would like to make public comment at the end? No? Okay, the meeting is over. It ends. It's not adjourned. It's over. 26 minutes.